Chapter 1601. Previously, Yi Xian had also obtained quite a number of deviant flames. However, most of them were devoured directly. The higher-ranked deviant flames would overshadow the lower-ranked ones. At this moment, the heavenly flame within Yi Xian's body was only ranked 41st. The difference was too great. Moreover, devouring the deviant flames did not benefit Yi Xian much. However, to the old tree, the benefits were significant. The Red Lotus Hellfire, ranked 33rd, was extremely precious. Who would have thought that Ku Bowen, who was only at the 6th stage of the Undying Soul realm, would be able to obtain it? Before Yi Xian could speak, someone stepped forward and said, "Grandpa, didn't you say you would give it to me?" "Shut up. If not for these people, we would all be dead today. What's more, this Red Lotus Hellfire." Ku Bowen rebuked angrily. Yi Xian glanced at the disgruntled youth and nodded. "All right, I accept." Although this was not a random mission, the Red Lotus Hellfire was indeed a good one. Of course, Yi Xian guessed that these heavenly dragons were being hunted down. Perhaps some giant dragons would appear along the way. This would save him the trouble of looking for them. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Ku Bowen's eyes lit up. He threw the deviant flame lantern containing the Red Lotus Hellfire to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian received it, he devoured the Red Lotus Hellfire without hesitation. This kind of flame greatly increased Old Shu's strength, increasing his strength by quite a bit. "Our tribe is nearby. We can reach it in about 3 days. However, we may encounter some giant dragons along the way," Ku Bowen said. 3 days? Sure. Yi Xian nodded in response. Ku Bowen transformed back into his original form and let everyone sit on his back. Then, they continued on their way. Yi Xian and the rest also leaped onto his back and sat quietly. He had gained a lot from the battle just now. If he could do it another 2 times, he would probably be able to break through. However, he was thinking too much. The rest of the journey was very smooth. There were no obstacles. During this time, Yi Xian also learned about the situation in Penglai Central. The center of the Penglai sacred land was originally dominated by the Penglai demon tribe. However, after the demon emperor of the Penglai demon tribe fell, the demon tribe began to fight for the position of demon emperor. During this time, the giant dragon clan betrayed the Penglai demon clan and established their own faction, which was named the Demonic Dragon Palace. Following that, the people from the other sacred grounds entered the Penglai sacred ground, preparing to fight for the rights to the Penglai sacred ground. Therefore, the center of the Penglai sacred land was now divided into 2 camps. One side was led by the Glazed Knights, the Penglai demon race, and the Tianjue Palace. The other side was led by experts from the Blood Fiend, Xianxia, and Shirgu Holy Lands. Among them, the Colossal Dragon Clan had rebelled and joined the Blood Fiend Holy Land. And this time, the Heavenly Dragon Clan found out about the enemy's strategic distribution. That was why they were hunted down. If this news were to spread, the higher-ups would send experts to uproot these strongholds, which would kill many enemies. Yi Xian was not interested in the power struggle of the Penglai sacred land, but when he heard the names of the Glazed Knights and the Tianjue Palace, he could not help but tremble. He suddenly recalled the glazed mirage that day. The mini heavenly dragon came out of that glazed mirage. Was the owner of the glazed mirage, Fairy Glazed, related to the Glazed Knights? After all, the glazed mirage was also in the Penglai sacred land. As for the Tianjue Palace, was it related to old immortal Tianju? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He did not expect to have come into contact with such an expert. It was really incredible. I wonder if Senior has heard of the Life Sacred Land? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly asked Ku Bowen. Life Sacred Land? That is one of the 4 largest sacred lands in this world, and its ownership is in the hands of the Life Sacred Sect, Ku Bowen replied. One of the 4 largest sacred lands? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The mini heavenly dragon from before was going to the Life Sacred Land's Life Sacred Sect. He did not expect the mini heavenly dragon to have such a background. Then, Fairy Glazed, who had beaten him back to his original form, naturally had a background, so Yi Xian guessed that Fairy Glazed was most likely related to the Glazed Knights. Immediately, he asked about the Glazed Knights and the Tianjue Palace, But although Kuboin had lived for 10,000 years, he did not know much about these two forces. He had only heard of their names. These forces were not to be underestimated. They were all transcending heaven forces, so it was understandable that he had not come into contact with them. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian successfully escorted the Heavenly Dragon clan to his clan. It seemed that Yi Xian's escort mission was completed. He originally thought that he would encounter the Dragon clan, then he could go on a killing spree, but he did not expect that it would be peaceful. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was ready to leave and look for the Dragon clan himself. "Senior, since you have returned, I will leave first," Yi Xian said to Kuboin. Kuboin paused, but after seeing Yi Xian's solemn expression, he could only cup his fists and say, "Thank you for the journey. Farewell." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly left with Old Tree and the other two. During the escort, he also took a map of the Dragon clan's base distribution from Kuboin, preparing to personally enter the opponent's territory to level up. Although this distribution map was obtained by Kuboin and the others with great difficulty, it did not matter if it spread. After all, they had been spreading this distribution map along the way to warn the other monster clans to be careful. However, not long after Yi Xian left, an army of dragons suddenly approached Kuboin's Heavenly Dragon clan. This army of dragons was not large. Although there were only 1,000 of them, each of them was an expert, at least of the Undying Soul Realm, and the leader had reached the Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm. As for Kuboin's Heavenly Dragon clan, the strongest was only at the Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm. In addition to Kuboin, there were 2 other experts of the same level. After learning this news, Kuboin's expression changed, and he quickly distributed the distribution map. "That's a good trick, you actually got our strategic base map, but so what, none of you can leave today. Kill, don't let a single one go." After the leader of the dragons finished speaking, he directly transformed into his original form and rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon clan. Facing such a strong opponent, the Heavenly Dragon clan's clansmen all showed a look of despair. Although their clan had a total of more than 100,000 heavenly dragons, there were only 500 of them with Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm and above, and there was not a single one with Undying Soul Realm of the Undying Soul Realm. Today, they were finished. "Go, we must spread the map," Kuboin shouted, and together with the other 2 experts of the same level, they charged towards the opponent. "Humph, if I let you spread the news, I'm afraid many of my dragon clan will die. I can't let you succeed." The flame dragon opened his mouth and directly spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Chapter 1602. "Block it," Kuboin shouted. He had already transformed into his original form. Facing this powerful dragon breath, he mustered all his strength and spat out a mouthful of heavenly dragon's breath. Giant dragons and heavenly dragons were the 2 top branches of the dragon clan. Their strength was equally matched. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon clan's combat power was insufficient. After a wave of Heavenly Dragon's breath attack, groups of Heavenly Dragons fell. The commotion was so great that it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Yi Xian, who had just left, also heard the loud rumbling. "Young master, it seems that something has happened to the Heavenly Dragon clan." Old Tree reminded him. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and pondered in his heart. Although his escort mission was completed, the huge commotion coming from behind at this time was very likely to be caused by the giant dragons attacking the Heavenly Dragon tribe. Perhaps he did not need to find the giant dragons personally. "Let's go." Yi Xian immediately led Old Tree and the other 2 toward the Heavenly Dragon clan. When they arrived, they found a large number of corpses on the ground. Almost all of them belonged to the Heavenly Dragon clan. Thousands of giant dragons. "That's enough for me to kill. Go." Yi Xian did not hesitate. He estimated that this time, he could at least complete the first round of the title mission. At the same time, he could definitely break through to the Undying Soul Realm. Undying Fighting Soul. Sword Blade Storm. Killing Feast. Yi Xian and the others went all out and killed their way into the enemy's territory. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who had activated their Undying Fighting Soul, had their attributes doubled. In addition to the sword blade storm and the sneak attack, when the blood sword swept over, they instantly took the lives of thousands of undying soul realm giant dragons. Their killing intent soared instantly. At the same time, the killing feast's amplification had also doubled. One had to know that the killing feast's amplification had an effect on the sword blade storm. The power of the sword blade storm had doubled in an instant. Bush, bush, bush. In the air, the wind whistled. The sword blade storm had just swept into the Heavenly Dragon clan and killed more than half of the enemies. It was fine if these monsters did not transform into their original forms. But once they did, Xianxia's attacks would deal double the damage. What? The leader of the giant dragons was shocked. What the hell was this? How did they kill so many of his subordinates in an instant? Not only that, but the blood swords also posed a threat to him. Go. He didn't dare to slow down and immediately turned around to leave. However, two figures blocked his path from behind. These two figures were the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Gang fights are my favorite. The corners of Xianxia's mouth slightly curled up. In the next moment, the group of blood swords gathered towards the giant dragon in the lead. Countless blood swords flew out, instantly obliterating the leading giant dragon as well as the several powerful giant dragons beside it. This battle ended too quickly. The Heavenly Dragon clan's people did not react in time. Thousands of giant dragons were enough to annihilate the Heavenly Dragon clan of close to 100,000 people. But now, thousands of giant dragons were annihilated in less than 10 seconds. This change was too big. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they looked at the giant dragon corpses. At this moment, the eye of all things suddenly condensed in the sky. Then, the universe rings in the giant dragon corpses all gathered in Xianxia's direction. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 3rd stage. Ding! Spirit of Hui Jin has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 5th stage. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 5th stage. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is Undying Soul 5th stage. 4 consecutive system notifications rang. Xian and the rest broke through. At this moment, Xian's killing feast's amplification had increased by more than 4 times. With their current realm, they could already kill an Undying Soul 8th stage expert. With the addition of the Sword Blade Storm, they could even fight with a 9th stage expert. It was a pity that the duration of the Undying Battle Soul, Sword Blade Storm, and Killing Feast would soon expire. Their strength was only temporary. I really hope it comes a few more times. The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He couldn't help but take a glance and found that the amplification of the Elegy of Souls had increased to 100. This battle was a big win. At the same time, the first round of the Dragon Slayer title mission had been completed. Moreover, it had greatly exceeded the requirements. Just now, Xian's mind was filled with the notifications of the increase in killing intent. The notification of the completion of the first round of the title mission was naturally overshadowed. However, the second round of the Dragon Slayer title mission had yet to appear. When the group of Heavenly Dragon clan members saw that the crisis had been averted, all of their gazes gathered on Xian. This time, if it weren't for Xian and the rest, they were afraid that their entire clan would have been annihilated. However, even so, the clan leader of the Undying Soul 6th stage had fallen. Only Kuboan and another expert of the same level were left. At this time, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They didn't know what words they could use to repay Xian. Your Excellency, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Please accept this old man's bow. Kuboan paused for a moment, then directly knelt on the ground with one knee. Although many people in the Heavenly Dragon clan had soul seeds, if they were all killed at once, the Heavenly Dragon clan would be considered extinct. Even if they were resurrected, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, many people had not condensed their soul seeds, or were still condensing their soul seeds after being resurrected once. Senior, you seem to have gotten into big trouble. You should quickly migrate the entire clan and leave. Xian said to Kuboan, at the same time using the power of all creations to help him up. Yes, we're preparing to migrate to a nearby city. That way, the giant dragon clan won't dare to come so easily. Ku Bowen nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, a black figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, an arrogant and unruly voice sounded. Migrate? Today, none of you can leave. When the voice fell into the ears of Yi Xian and the others, they couldn't help but turn to look only to see a black-robed youth standing in the air. When the voice sounded, Yi Xian also sensed the aura of this black-robed youth. He was at the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. What a joke! The leader of the giant dragons just now was also at the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, but hadn't he also been killed by Yi Xian? However, Yi Xian could sense that this youth couldn't be compared to that person just now. What a strong aura of death. This person is not simple. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. At this time, the effects of Blade Storm and the other skills had already passed, and so had the Killing Feast's 4-fold amplification. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have directly ordered Wei Zhentian to kill this youth. However, at this moment, Di Hui, he's Di Hui, ranked 109th on the Dragon Demon list. Chapter 1603. Demonic Dragon List? When these 3 words fell into the ears of the others, their bodies suddenly trembled. The Dragon Demon list recorded the rankings of those bloodthirsty colossal dragons below the heavenly completion realm. Every single person on the list was from the Colossal Dragon clan, and they were all infamous. Although this Di Hui was only ranked 109th, he could not be underestimated. This Di Hui had once slaughtered countless heavenly dragons and other monster tribes. Although his realm was at the 7th layer of the Undying Soul Realm, his strength was comparable to an 8th layer Undying Soul Realm expert. He was very difficult to deal with. Most importantly, he had a pair of eyes of death that he had cultivated for many years. Ding! The 2nd round of the Dragon Slayer title mission has been triggered. Kill Di Hui. In Yi Xian's mind, a system notification suddenly sounded. The mission had finally come. I didn't expect to be recognized. The corner of the black-clothed youth's mouth slightly raised. Even experts of the same level weren't worth mentioning in front of him, let alone heavenly dragons who were only at the 6th layer of the Undying Soul Realm. When his voice fell, a huge eye suddenly condensed in the sky. This was the eyes of death. Huh! Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Before he could react, the dragon corpses on the ground all stood up. Some were giant dragons, but most of them were heavenly dragons. The patriarch of the heavenly dragons stood up, and even the giant dragon who was at the 7th layer of the Undying Soul Realm stood up. Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly ordered Ghost Dome Great Emperor to use the Will of Death. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was at the 5th layer of the Undying Soul Realm, but the giant dragons and heavenly dragons below that fell to the ground again. As for those above the 5th layer of the Undying Soul Realm, there was no way. Oh, Will of Death? The black-clothed youth Di Hui didn't dare to believe it. With his realm, someone could actually seize control of the battle corpses from him. They had some ability. At the same time, he knew that this was done by Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Tear them apart. Di Hui directly ordered the dragon corpses above the 5th layer of the Undying Soul Realm. Although he didn't know how this dragon army was destroyed, it didn't matter. Anyway, these people would die in his hands. Damn it, kill them again. Yi Xian immediately gave orders to Old Tree and the others. Although the Massacre Feast, Undying Fighting Soul, and Sword Blade Storm could no longer be used, it was fortunate that the few of them had broken through. At that moment, the Old Tree who was at the Undying Soul Realm charged into the group of dragon corpses. As for the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, they charged towards Di Hui. You want to fight me? Your realm is not high enough. Di Hui snorted and took out a dragon bone from his Qian Kun ring. Then he used the Will of Death to awaken it. This dragon skeleton was also at the 7th stage Undying Soul Realm. But because it was an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm giant dragon when it was alive, its defensive power was extremely astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian clashed with the dragon skeleton. As for Di Hui, he was standing in the air, overlooking the battle below him. No, it was not that he did not make a move. Instead, he controlled the Eye of Death and stared at those heavenly dragon people. The bodies of these heavenly dragon race people started to decay, and 10,000 people died in an instant. Bastard, see if I don't kill you. Yi Xian widened his eyes and marked Di Hui with the death hunting order. Then he used the Eye of Assassination to appear behind Di Hui. Killing intent explosion. Nihility flame sword wave. Yi Xian personally moved out to attack Di Hui. Di Hui was slightly surprised. When he sensed the danger behind him, he did not turn his body. Instead, he activated his genuine qi and condensed a genuine qi shield on his back. Bang! The Nihility flame sword wave blasted on the genuine qi shield but was unable to break it. The third level of the Undying Soul Realm and the seventh level of the Undying Soul Realm were 4 realms apart. In addition, Di Hui wasn't an ordinary person to begin with, so Yi Xian didn't succeed this time. The corners of Di Hui's mouth slightly curled up. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian was able to silently appear behind him, he didn't think much of it. After all, Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm. He was not even afraid of the Undying Soul Realm. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was at the Undying Soul Realm? What a joke! Let's see how you block it. Just as Di Hui was feeling disdainful, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. A spatial crack was torn diagonally beside Di Hui's head. After feeling this aura, Di Hui's body suddenly trembled and he quickly retreated in fear. Rip. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow. With a crisp sound, his shoulder and arm were torn apart by the spatial crack. Black blood spurted out. Now, Di Hui knew how Yi Xian managed to appear behind him. It must be the Eye of Space. So you have the Eye of Space. I have underestimated you. You're the first person to injure me in the past 1,000 years. Di Hui's expression turned solemn and ashen as if he had eaten poison. This was because Yi Xian was only at the Undying Soul Realm. This was his realm 10,000 years ago. Not only can I injure you, I can also kill you. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In an instant, he slashed out several void flame sword ripples. At the same time, he activated the Eye of Space and tore apart 4 spatial cracks. However, this Di Hui wasn't an ordinary person. He who was at the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm could jump ranks to challenge an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm expert. How could he die here? Traceless Devil Shadow. Di Hui's figure instantly turned into a black flash and dodged Yi Xian's series of attacks. However, he could not avoid the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's move. Grip of Hell. When Di Hui stabilized his body, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly pulled at the void. A surge of energy firmly locked onto Di Hui. What? Di Hui was shocked once again. He felt that the tearing force was extremely powerful and he seemed to be unable to break free. One had to know that the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was already at the Undying Soul Realm. He was only 2 realms away from Di Hui. At this moment, Di Hui was already pulled towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor by the grip of hell. As for his dragon bone, it was intercepted by Wei Zhentian and the old tree. As for the resurrected battle corpses, Ku Bowen and the others naturally helped them. You're indeed capable. No wonder you could annihilate a giant dragon legion. It seems that if I don't show my true strength today, I will be looked down upon by you all. After Di Hui finished speaking coldly, his body suddenly expanded rapidly and finally turned into a huge black dragon. He was the Death Demon Dragon of the Giant Dragon clan. He was born with a pair of eyes of death. His battle strength was extremely powerful. At the same time, this was the first time in 1,000 years that he was forced to transform into his true form. When the Death Fiend Dragon appeared, a deathly aura spread out, and the battle corpses and bone dragons suddenly became stronger. This Will of Death can not only resurrect corpses, but it can also increase strength. Do you want to see how I'll deal with you? Chapter 1604. Yi Xian was already prepared to use his trump card. Now that the Deathly Demon Dragon appeared, its huge body made it a huge target. Moreover, Di Hui could no longer use his true qi after transforming into his true form. Yi Xian also had Unicorn's Deterrence, which doubled Di Hui's attack. Although Di Hui managed to break free from the grip of the underworld, What awaited him next was Yi Xian's trump card. Unicorn's Descent. Unicorn's Third Stomp. Let's see how you're going to survive this. Yi Xian immediately used his trump card. In an instant, a flaming hoof condensed in the air. Before the deathly demon dragon could react, the hoof stomped on its back. Bam! A huge muffled sound was heard as the deathly demon dragon's body fell from the sky. At the same time, its back was on fire. That was the flame formed by Unicorn's true qi, which had the effect of incinerating everything. Roar! The deathly demon dragon was severely injured. It roared at the sky, and its pained voice fell into everyone's ears. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian once again used Unicorn's Descent for the second time. Unicorn's Descent had now evolved twice. Each time it evolved, its power would increase, and it could use 3 stomps in a short period of time. The first Unicorn's Descent severely injured the deathly demon dragon. After the second Unicorn's Descent, the deathly demon dragon would be crippled even if it did not die. Bam! The flaming hoof landed on the same spot. This time, it stomped directly into the deathly demon dragon's body. The deathly demon dragon's body was also on fire. Next was Unicorn's Descent's third stomp. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the air, the third flaming hoof had already condensed and was about to land on the deathly demon dragon's head. Bam! Gotcha! The deathly demon dragon's head exploded, and Unicorn's flames instantly enveloped its entire head. Fortunately, Yi Xian used the power of all creations to envelop the deathly eyes. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification rang out, the deathly demon dragon had already been stomped to death by Yi Xian. The arrogant person from before had now become a corpse that was gradually turning cold. This was retribution. After Death Demon Dragon Di Hui died, his soul flew out. Yi Xian took a big stride forward and obliterated this soul. If Di Hui did not have a soul seed, he would have truly died. Even if he had a soul seed, it would take him 100 years to revive. Then Yi Xian prepared to dig out his eyes of death. However, just as he was about to attack, the pair of eyes of death suddenly turned into 2 wisps of death will and rose into the air. What's the situation? Yi Xian did not react in time. Originally, he wanted to pluck the deathly demonic dragon and see if he could devour it. After all, this deathly demonic dragon Di Hui was a demon. Who would have thought that these 2 eyes of death would actually transform into the will of death itself and rise into the sky? Although it was a pity, Yi Xian also had the eye of death. He could also absorb the will of death. However, at this moment, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the eye of death. However, it was not condensed by Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the 2 wisps of death will rose into the sky. F***, how dare you touch my things? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used the Eye of Death to guide the 2 wisps of death will. This Eye of Death had a strong background. It directly absorbed the 2 wisps of death will. Yi Xian could only watch as the 2 wisps of death will were absorbed. He felt that he was in big trouble. This Eye of Death was not so easy to deal with. After the Eye of Death absorbed the will of death, its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Then its eyes flashed. F***, you really want to attack me? Yi Xian was furious. Although he felt that the Eye of Death was not to be trifled with, he would not fall so easily. Last time, he was almost killed by the Eye of Death. This time, he also had the Eye of Death and the immortal Phoenix bloodline. It would not be so easy to kill him. The Eye of Death was surprised when it saw that it was ineffective against Yi Xian. Then, it condensed a shadow in front of the Eye of Death. It was a masked young man with long hair. It was unknown whether he was a human or a deathly demon dragon like Di Hui. You're only at the Undying Soul 3rd level and you're still alive. You're considered a top figure. However, you dare to steal my will of death. You're quite bold. The long-haired young man snorted and focused his attention on the dragon skeleton. Originally, this dragon skeleton was controlled by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor after the death of deathly demon dragon Di Hui. But now, it was seized by the long-haired young man. Moreover, the long-haired young man was like Di Hui. He had the ability to raise the strength of the dead object under his control. The strength of this dragon skeleton was directly raised to the undying soul 8th level. If it had to be compared, it was now stronger than it was when it was alive. You want to kill me with just this bone dragon? Yi Xian swallowed all the things he got from Di Hui. His aura suddenly soared. In the next moment, the figures of the old trees trio flashed and began to besiege the bone dragon. However, Yi Xian was afraid that Kuboan and the rest of the heavenly dragon tribe would be killed by the long-haired young man. What should he do? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to destroy the Eye of Death. As long as this Eye of Death was destroyed, the long-haired young man would not be able to locate them. However, at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly swept over from afar. A wave of harmonious aura suddenly spread and enveloped everyone. In an instant, the bone dragon fell from the sky and was out of control. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately went over and kept the dragon skeleton. It might be useful in the future. At this moment, the ray of white light arrived. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a white-haired young man. The aura of death is the most annoying. Disperse! The white-haired young man snorted coldly. White light suddenly bloomed from his body and pierced the clouds. In an instant, the long-haired young man's phantom and the Eye of Death collapsed. Today's events were really one after another. As soon as Yi Xian left, he encountered the giant dragon army attacking the heavenly dragon tribe. Then, the deathly demon dragon Di Hui appeared. After the deathly demon dragon Di Hui died, a long-haired young man with the Eye of Death appeared and stole the will of death. Finally, it was this white-haired young man. After the white light shone for 10,000 zhang, the Eye of Death collapsed. Yi Xian did not understand who this long-haired young man was, but he had a strange feeling about this white-haired young man. At this moment, the white-haired young man's gaze suddenly fell on Yi Xian. His eyes flashed with surprise. Chapter 1605. You are, Yi Xian frowned. He was sure that this was the first time he saw this white-haired youth. Moreover, this white-haired youth's realms seemed to be very high. He was probably an undying soul 9th stage expert. This was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a level. You don't even remember me? We were teleported from Penglai Sacred Land to Lu Guang Sacred Land together. The white-haired youth laughed. The moment he said that, Yi Xian immediately reacted. Previously, he had been teleported together with a person, no, a dragon. It's you? Yi Xian instantly recognized him. This white-haired youth in front of him was the mini heavenly dragon that had saved his life several times. Yi Xian was very ashamed that he didn't even recognize his benefactor. However, he couldn't be blamed. After all, this white-haired youth was now in human form. Even if the Eye of Revelation had been upgraded to the Immortal Eye level, he still couldn't tell if the other party was a human or a demon. Therefore, it was understandable that he didn't recognize him. I didn't expect you to grow to such a stage in just a few years. Come, let's catch up. The white-haired youth laughed and turned to leave. Yi Xian glanced at Kuboan and then quickly followed. There were too many people here and it wasn't a good place to talk. Anyway, the matter had been resolved, so Yi Xian wasn't worried and left directly. On the way, the white-haired youth said to Yi Xian, "Kid, I'm called Capricious. My original form is a platinum holy light dragon." Capricious? What a good name. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. However, he always thought that Capricious was a heavenly beast. He didn't expect him to be a demon. Now, I'm here on a mission. Don't tell anyone about me, Capricious said to Yi Xian. Is it related to Fairy Luli? Yi Xian suddenly recalled this matter. Previously, wasn't the platinum holy light dragon beaten back to its original form by Fairy Luli and then placed in the glazed mirage? That woman has some background. Later on, she probably found out about my identity. That's why she placed my eggs in such a broken place and you saved it. He snorted coldly and said, My return to the Penglai divine land this time is indeed related to this woman. As he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yi Xian. What are you doing? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He felt that Caprice's current expression was very wretched. Something bad must have happened. I've saved you a few times before. Are you going to repay me now? The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. That's right. You've saved me a few times. As long as you ask, I'll do my best to help you. Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, but at the same time, he also knew how to repay kindness. The first time he encountered Death's Eye, willfulness saved him. After Mo Shui massacred the Zhao family, he was almost killed by Mo Shui, but caprice saved him. That was why he owed him twice. Now that the two of them had met again, it was time to pay him back. Okay, I've been waiting for you to say that. Caprice smiled and said, "It's a miracle that you can break through to the undying soul realm in such a short time. Even the elites of my Life Saints sect can't compare to you. Next, I want you to help me complete a mission." What mission? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The first step is to join the Glazed Knights. Caprice replied. Glazed Knights? Hearing this name, Yi Xian immediately reacted and said, "Is this Glazed Knights related to Fairy Glazed?" That's right. This Glazed Knights was established by that woman. I'm going to disguise myself and get close to her. Caprice nodded. What mission is it? Yi Xian asked again. I got news that she has a map on her, so I came to investigate. She has only seen my original body, so this time I'm going to disguise myself and join the Glazed Knights. Caprice replied. A map? A treasure map? Yi Xian asked curiously. Yes, it should be. I'm not sure. After all, it's just a rumor. Caprice shrugged. Yi Xian thought for a moment. Since Caprice asked, then he had to help. Okay, but how can I join the Glazed Knights? I'm just a undying soul realm weakling. Yi Xian said with some self-mockery. As long as you're not over 1,000 years old, you can sign up. You just need to pass the test. No problem, I'll take you. Caprice suddenly rushed to Yi Xian's side and patted him on the shoulder, acting like a big brother. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that this platinum holy light dragon Caprice was actually not over 1,000 years old. His aptitude was really good. After all, before he was beaten back to his original form by Fairy Glazed, the platinum holy light dragon was an existence that could fight with Fairy Glazed. By the way, what's Fairy Glazed's realm? Yi Xian asked again. She's already surpassed the connecting heaven realm. She's a loose immortal. Caprice replied casually. Loose immortal? When Yi Xian heard this unfamiliar term, he was slightly surprised. In his memory, the connecting heaven realm was the last realm of the connecting heaven 9 realms. After reaching the peak of connecting heaven realm stage 9, as long as you pass the immortal tribulation, you can ascend to the immortal realm. However, the passage to the immortal realm here has been closed, so no connecting heaven realm cultivator has been able to successfully ascend. Therefore, you can only break through and become a loose immortal. Caprice explained to Yi Xian. Ascend to the immortal realm? Immortal? Yi Xian stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. Yes, the immortal realm means becoming an immortal. The immortals we're talking about now are loose immortals. That glazed woman is a tribulation loose immortal. Caprice nodded. After breaking through and becoming a loose immortal, you'll face a tribulation every 1,000 years. If you fail to pass the tribulation, you'll be struck by the tribulation and your soul will scatter. Scatter the soul. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. Although undying realm cultivators could be revived with a soul seed, it didn't seem possible for connecting heaven realm cultivators. Not to mention loose immortals above the connecting heaven realm. Old immortal Tianju also had the word immortal in his name. It seemed that he was also a loose immortal. Previously, he had thought that old immortal Tianju was a connecting heaven realm cultivator, but it seemed that he had guessed wrong. You were able to fight Fairy Glazed Glass before, so you're also a loose immortal? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yes, but at that time, I had just broken through and was relatively weak. That was why Glazed Glass Woman took advantage of me. When I returned to the Life Sacred Land this time, I originally wanted to find that Glazed Glass Woman for revenge, but I didn't expect her to have the backing of a Buddhist sacred land, so I had to compensate her, Caprice said helplessly. Then what if you're discovered by joining the Glazed Glass Knights that she established? Yi Xian was somewhat worried. After all, Caprice had fought fairy glazed glass before. Chapter 1606. Willful said confidently. Then he looked at Yi Xian and said, "She might recognize you, but it doesn't matter. You don't belong to any faction, so you might be able to gain her trust." Yi Xian had met Fairy Lu Li once before. It had only been a few years, so Yi Xian felt that Fairy Lu Li should remember him. "Then where are we going next?" Yi Xian asked. "We're going to a branch of the Glazed Knights to participate in the assessment. It's about a day's journey." After Willful said that, he asked, "By the way, where did you put those people just now?" "You mean Ghost Dome Great Emperor and the other two?" "I have an independent space. They signed a master-servant contract with me, so I can put them in there." Yi Xian replied. "Can you put people in there?" Willful asked in surprise. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Not at the moment. Connecting heaven beasts can, but they can't surpass me by 5 realms." He was now at the Undying Soul Realm 3rd stage, and the planting space had been upgraded to the 5th stage, so it could accommodate connecting heaven beasts at the Undying Soul Realm 8th stage. As for humans, it was still not possible. "Not at the moment. What do you need?" Willful asked again. "Some heavenly treasures that can increase the density of yuan qi of heaven and earth." Yi Xian said what he needed. "That's a small matter." Willful said, then took out a sapling from his yin and yang ring and said, "This is my Life Saint Sec's flower of life, but it's still a sapling." "You're giving it to me?" Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that this flower of life was not an ordinary thing. If he devoured it, he might be able to break through once or twice, or even continuously. "Take it. It's just a material for alchemy. I originally wanted to find a place to plant it and cultivate. If your space is good, then I'll stay in there and cultivate. It'll make future missions much easier." Willful threw the flower of life to Yi Xian. "Thank you very much." Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He directly caught the flower of life and threw it into the planting space, then planted it next to the heavenly treasure tree. When he planted the seed, he heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! The level of the planting space has increased. It is now level 6. This flower of life was very valuable, and it directly increased the level of the planting space. Now Yi Xian could store the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Tong Tian beast. No, not only that. After the planting space was upgraded to level 6, it could actually accommodate humans. As expected. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He remembered that when the planting space was upgraded to level 3, it could accept heavenly beasts. Now that it was upgraded to level 6, it could finally accept humans. This way, it would be much more convenient for him. "You can start recruiting now. Anyone under the Reaching Heaven state is welcome," Yi Xian said to Wayward. "Oh, let me go in and have a look." Headstrong's eyes lit up. He was currently only at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, which just happened to be at the Yi Xian point. Alright. Without another word, Yi Xian took Wayward in. Wayward did not resist and went straight to the planting space. The qi of heaven and earth is too scarce, but this place is not small. Some Reaching Heaven state powerhouses with the Eye of Space can also open up a small space like this, but it's only hearsay. No one has ever done it before. "In the planting space," Wayward said. After seeing Wayward, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't help but distance himself a little, because the latter's aura made him feel fear. Wayward was a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, so he naturally didn't like the aura of death. However, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was Yi Xian's treasure, so Wayward naturally wouldn't attack him. "Ouch, your heavenly treasure tree has withered." Suddenly he said willfully. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the planting space and found that the heavenly treasure tree and the other heaven and earth treasures had all withered. Not a single one was left. All the nutrients had been absorbed by the flower of life. After absorbing so much nutrients, the flower of life had also grown a little. "Holy shit, these are heaven and earth treasures for father and the others." Yi Xian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. However, this flower of life clearly wasn't that simple. As long as it was here, the qi of heaven and earth would probably increase by a few levels. At that time, the heaven and earth treasures would grow several times faster and better. At this moment, the flower of life suddenly released a white light that illuminated the entire planting space. One had to know that the planting space had already surpassed the land of reincarnation before leveling up. After leveling up, it had nearly doubled in size. This light shone on the heavenly treasure tree and the other heaven and earth treasures, and they instantly regained their vitality and actually recovered. The flower of life is the main ingredient for my life Saint Pill. It has extremely strong healing abilities. Although the chi of heaven and earth here isn't as good as the outside world, it should be after a while. You're in charge of traveling, I'll cultivate to the peak of the imperishable realm first. After saying that, Wayward sat down beside the flower of life and started cultivating. This time, their destination was Blazing Sun City. There was a branch of the Glazed Knights there, but with Yi Xian's speed, it would probably take 1 or 2 days. During this day, Yi Xian's clone didn't just sit around. Now that the planting space could accommodate humans, he directly opened up an area in the east of the planting space and then opened a teleportation gate in Lianyun City that led to the planting space. From now on, the people of the eastern continent could enter the planting space to cultivate at any time. The planting space was an independent space opened by Yi Xian, and he was the owner of the planting space. Even if a Heaven Ascension Realm expert entered, they would probably die in there. Hence, Yi Xian's second clone went to capture a large number of Heaven Ascension beasts and set up various dangerous areas in the east for the Yi family disciples to cultivate. One had to know that the Blood Rock continent and the land of reincarnation were thousands of times apart. Since the planting space wasn't small, Yi Xian asked Yi Chong and the others to call in other factions, such as the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and the Chaotic Astral Ocean Pirates, etc. Although these places were personally set up by Yi Xian, the Heaven Ascension beasts in there weren't high realms. They were all below the imperishable realm. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Blazing Sun City. Blazing Sun City wasn't bad. The city lord was a Heaven Ascension Realm expert, which was already very strong for Yi Xian. Ku Bowen's Heavenly Dragon Tribe was actually preparing to move to Blazing Sun City. Although they weren't going to move to the city, they were going to be in the vicinity. That way, the giant dragon tribe wouldn't dare to act rashly. Since he had already saved the Heavenly Dragon Tribe, Yi Xian played the good guy again and brought them all to Blazing Sun City. Chapter 1607. All right, let's enter the city, urged Headstrong, who had already come out of the planting space. He was actually also a member of the Heavenly Dragon clan, but not from the Penglai Sacred Land. He belonged to the Life Sacred Land. The Life Sacred Land was much stronger than the Penglai Sacred Land. Ku Bowen was also about to enter the city, so he gave the strategic information they had gathered to the Blazing Sun City Lord, so they went together. After entering the city, he parted ways with Yi Xian. He went to the city lord's mansion, while Yi Xian and Headstrong went to the Glazed Knights branch. The Glazed Knights recruit a group of people with potential every once in a while, but they can't be more than 1,000 years old. You're lucky to have run into them. On the way, Headstrong emphasized again. Will there be any Ascension Realm experts? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Maybe, but Blazing Sun City is so small. Those with talent have probably gone to the big cities. We probably won't run into any here. At most, the 7th or 8th Undying Soul Realm experts will be hard to find. Headstrong shook his head. Soon, they arrived at the Glazed Knights branch and went straight in. A man in silver armor sensed the capricious aura and immediately came forward. Yi Xian was startled, because this man's realm was even higher than Headstrong's. That meant he was in the Ascension realm. Registration for the test. Headstrong glanced at him and said directly, "It's rare for a genius like you to appear here. Let's see if you meet the requirements first." The man in silver armor took out a purple crystal without hesitation. Headstrong put his hand on the crystal, but there was no reaction. No reaction. Your age meets the requirements. Gather outside the city in 3 days and send you to the test site. The man in silver armor handed a token to Headstrong, then turned and left. Hey, wait, he hasn't tested yet? Headstrong suddenly stopped him. Hearing this, the man in silver armor raised his eyebrows and said in shock, "3rd stage of the Undying Soul Realm? You don't have a realm requirement when you recruit people. You just need to pass the test, said Headstrong. That's true, but if you take someone of this realm to the test, you'll die 9 times out of 10. Fine, since you want to die, I won't say anything more. The silver-armored man took out the purple crystal again and tested it on Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not even 100 years old, let alone 1,000 years old, so he naturally met the requirements. After that, he also obtained a test token and left with Caprice. The Glazed Knights need elites. If you want to pass the assessment, you have to kill an undying 6th-stage spirit beast at least 3 realms above you. Only then can you get the bronze badge. If you can kill a 7th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast, you'll get a silver badge, an 8th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast is a gold badge, and a 9th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast is a platinum badge. Capricious explained to Yi Xian, to put it simply, if you succeed in a challenge 3 levels above you, you'll be a bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. The aptitude test will be linked to the Glazed Knights training in the future. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed, and he said in shock, then if you want to pass the assessment, won't you have to challenge a 3rd-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast? No, 1 major realm is equivalent to 2 minor realms, so I only need to kill a 2nd-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast. Capricious shook his head. That won't be easy. Yi Xian sighed. Challenging a higher realm was extremely easy for him, but for others, it was not easy. However, Capricious came from the life-sacred land, and was once a loose immortal expert, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to pass the assessment. If you want to get close to that little girl, I estimate that you'll have to at least get a gold badge, which means you have to kill an 8th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast. Can you do it? Capricious suddenly turned his head and asked. If it's a soul-penetrating heaven beast, it won't be a problem. Yi Xian nodded. If he wanted to get a gold badge, he would have to fight at least 5 realms above him. Fortunately, the assessment was for soul-penetrating heaven beasts, not humans or fiends, so 5 realms was acceptable. However, during the assessment, Old Tree probably couldn't fight. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian should be able to, so it shouldn't be difficult to pass the assessment. Originally, I wanted to get a gold badge or even a platinum badge, but I just happened to see you and felt that you're more suitable than me to get close to that little girl, so I let you go, Capricious said. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. Capricious was currently at the peak of the 9th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm. If he wanted to get a platinum badge, he would have to challenge a 5th-stage soul-penetrating heaven beast. As expected of a loose immortal, so awesome. Soon 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian and Capricious gathered outside Blazing Sun City. The silver-armored man was already waiting there. In addition, there were more than 10 fiends, whose realms were between the 5th and 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm. 5th and 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm were very good candidates to participate in the Glazed Knights assessment. This was because they could learn top-notch undying divine abilities and have a higher chance of success when challenging someone of a higher realm. There were very few people like Yi Xian who participated in the assessment at the 3rd stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm, which was why the silver-armored man looked at Yi Xian strangely. However, under normal circumstances, they would condense a soul seed before coming because once the assessment started, there was no third possibility other than killing or being killed by a soul-penetrating heaven beast. When the other 13 saw Yi Xian and Yi Xian, they couldn't help but be surprised. Capricious realm was a little unexpected. 9th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm meant that he had to kill a 2nd stage soul-penetrating heaven beast to pass the assessment. This was no joke. All right, all 15 of you are here. Let's go. When the silver-armored man saw Yi Xian and Capricious arrive, he immediately took out a token and waved his right hand, tearing open a spatial crack. Yi Xian and the other 15 entered and went directly to another city. Then, they were handed over to another knight. These knights are only reserve knights of the Glazed Knights. Only when they reach the 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm or reach the gold badge can they be promoted to regular knights. Capricious condensed his true energy into a thread, and his voice directly sounded in Yi Xian's ears. 6th stage of the soul-penetrating heaven realm. This Glazed Knights is really powerful. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1608. About half a day later, a total of 167 examinees had gathered, including 3 super geniuses in the Reaching Heaven realm. Then, the knight in the lead tore through space again, bringing all 167 examinees to a new place and transferring them up one level at a time. It was unknown what realm the examinees would reach when they reached the final destination. Yi Xian had to go through this process 6 times. After the 6th time, he was brought to a place called the Preparatory City. At this time, more than 100,000 examinees had gathered here. The scene was extremely magnificent. Oh, this year's preparatory examination is quite impressive. Headstrong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With so many people gathered in a square, everyone's spiritual senses could cover the square, so their realms couldn't be concealed at all. How impressive! Yi Xian couldn't help but ask curiously. The weakest one is in the 1st tier of the Undying Soul realm, while the strongest is in the 3rd tier of the Reaching Heaven realm, Headstrong replied. 3rd tier of the Reaching Heaven realm? That means they have to kill a 6th tier Reaching Heaven realm beast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Most of the examinees here were more powerful than him, but this had nothing to do with him. However, with so many examinees, they had to prepare corresponding Reaching Heaven beasts. The glazed knights were really rich. After all, this was a free examination. Soon, the examination began. There was no order to this examination. There were small teleportation formations around the square. As long as they were ready, the examination could begin immediately. Let's go! Without saying anything else, Headstrong led Yi Xian to a teleportation formation and obediently lined up. A regular knight stood beside the formation. His aura was stronger than all the examinees present, and he had already reached the 6th tier of the Reaching Heaven realm. At the same time, a bronze badge was tattooed on his breastplate. The regular knight said to a genius, "What rank do you want to challenge?" This genius was in the 5th tier of the Undying Soul realm. Faced with this question, he directly answered, "Bronze." Good going. The regular knight activated the small teleportation formation and sent this genius to a specific place. The average person would challenge the bronze emblem, and the number of people challenging the silver emblem was not even 1%. As for the gold badge, less than 1 in 10,000 would challenge it. Among these more than 100,000 people, it was estimated that there were less than 20 people who challenged the gold emblem. Moreover, this was only the preparation for the challenge. Who knew how many people could actually take down the gold emblem? As for the super genius who obtained the platinum emblem, there might not even be 1 in 10 batches. The examinees were teleported away one by one, and the number of people in the square gradually decreased. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in front of them. Silver emblem. He actually wants to challenge the silver emblem. Amazing. This is a challenge that requires one to surpass 4 levels. Failure means death. So what if I die? Anyway, I have the soul seed. At most, I can try again after I revive. Once I succeed, I will be powerful. It turned out that a genius who challenged the silver emblem had appeared in front of them. No wonder it set off a frenzy of discussion. Tisk, it's just a mere silver. Is there a need to make such a fuss? Willful said disdainfully. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian. After all, he wanted Yi Xian to challenge for the gold emblem. This was a 1 in a million super genius. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. What level do you want to challenge? Asked the regular knight, who was at the 6th tier of the Reaching Heaven state. Gold. Yi Xian paused for a moment before replying. What? As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, there's actually someone who dares to challenge a gold rank expert. This brat has some guts. 3rd stage of the Undying Soul realm. That means he has to challenge an 8th stage Undying Soul realm connecting Heaven Beast. Does he really have such powerful battle prowess? You can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he's a disciple from some big power. If you succeed, then you can be a core member of the Glazed Knights and have a bright future ahead of you. The surrounding people revealed looks of envy. Some of them even regretted not talking to Yi Xian earlier. Once Yi Xian succeeded, he would have a meteoric rise. Even if he failed and died, they would not lose anything. What a huge loss. Not only the passers-by, but even the regular knight couldn't believe it. Third stage of the Undying Soul Realm. That means the connecting heaven beast that is challenging the 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Alright, you can go in. The regular knight was also a person who had seen great storms and waves. He quickly came back to his senses. After nodding, he began to operate the teleportation array. He had seen many people challenge the gold emblem, but only a few succeeded in the end. Soon, Xian left through the teleportation array. Next, it was Capricious' turn. I also challenged the gold emblem. Without waiting for the regular knight to speak, Capricious directly said, "What?" The regular knight was shocked again. He felt Capricious' realm and found that it was actually the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Xian challenged the gold emblem and had to surpass 5 realms. Capricious also challenged the gold emblem. Because he had to surpass a realm, he only needed to surpass 4 realms. However, Capricious was in the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. He had to challenge a 4th stage connecting heaven beast. I didn't expect 2 people to challenge the gold emblem in a row. Alright, go in. The regular knight didn't say much and directly operated the teleportation array. Capricious originally wanted to challenge the silver emblem, but he suddenly changed his mind. He was at his peak, and he was also a loose immortal. How could he be defeated by Xian? After the teleportation array landed, Xian found that he had arrived at a strange place. Welcome to the Trial Mystic Realm. In front of you is a flaming lion with an 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Kill it and you will pass the trial. In addition, external forces are not allowed in this trial. During the teleportation, you have been sealed. Once you are ready, you only need to break the light barrier in front of you. The trial will only end when you kill the flaming lion or are killed by it. A pleasant voice sounded. Sealed? I don't know if this external force is referring to the power of others sealed in my body or something else. Xian narrowed his eyes and directly summoned Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian from the planting space. Just now, he had already sealed them. If he could use them, it meant that it was reasonable. However, he was restricted when he summoned the old tree. After all, the old tree was now considered a demon. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian are enough. Xian narrowed his eyes. Even without the help of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, he could complete the trial alone. Chapter 1609. Let's go! Xian calmly stood in place and gave the order. In the next moment, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian attacked together. With a light sweep, they easily broke the light barrier. As soon as the light barrier broke, a scorching aura immediately spread out. A majestic flaming lion entered Xian's eyes. This flaming lion also had intelligence. It knew that it could only survive by killing Xian. Therefore, after a roar, its fiery red fur instantly burst into flames. In an instant, the entire test space was enveloped in flames. Unfortunately, Xian had the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. These 2 bloodlines had extremely high resistance to flames. This level of flames couldn't hurt Xian. At the same time, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian rushed towards the flaming lion. Since they shared the support bloodline, they weren't affected by the flames. The flaming lion didn't dare to believe that its flames couldn't burn Xian and the other 2. This was too unreal. In an instant, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, who were both at the Undying Soul Realm, arrived beside the flaming lion and launched their attacks. Not only that, but Xian also continuously attacked from the same spot. Bang! The flaming lion was bombarded by the attacks of Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. It roared in pain. Compared to the races like humans and demons, sky-connecting beasts were too easy to deal with. They couldn't use their true chi and their methods were too simple. In less than 10 rounds, the flaming lion was killed by Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Even its soul was obliterated by Xian's sword. Congratulations on passing the test. After the death of the blazing bright lion, the melodious voice from before resounded in the secret test room. This way, Xian would be able to obtain the gold emblem and successfully enter the Glazed Knights. However, he had passed the test and was still not teleported out. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded. "Young man, you are very talented. You actually managed to subdue the Ghost Dome Great Emperor." When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The one who spoke just now should be a specific program, but now, it should be a big shot in the glazed knight speaking. "Thank you for your praise, senior," Yi Xian hurriedly said. "You have already passed the gold emblem test, and your reward will be given to you later. However, I would like to ask here, are you willing to challenge the platinum emblem?" The old voice sounded again. "Platinum badge?" This, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The mission that Caprice gave him was only to challenge for the gold emblem. This way, he would be valued by the glazed knights. With his current realm, challenging the platinum emblem meant that he would have to challenge the 9th stage Undying Soul Connecting Heaven beast. The flaming lion he had encountered just now happened to be of the fire element, so it was not much of a threat to him. However, if he accepted the challenge, then he would have to challenge a heaven-reaching beast of a higher level. If he accidentally encountered a heaven-reaching beast of the 9th stage Undying Soul Connecting Heaven realm, then it would be a tragedy. Although he still had the possibility of winning if he used his trump cards, the current Bladestorm and Unicorn Descent were both on cooldown, so the chances of winning were not high. Don't worry, you have already passed the gold emblem test. If you encounter any danger, I will immediately stop the test. Your reward will not change. I'm only giving you a chance. It depends on whether you are willing to try. When the mysterious master saw Yi Xian hesitate, he immediately said, "In that case, what do I have to be afraid of?" Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Since the other party would intervene, then it would be much simpler. At most, he would fail. Anyway, he had already passed the gold emblem test. Even if he failed, it would be fine. "Okay, I will arrange it for you immediately." After the old voice finished speaking, a light shield appeared in the next moment. There is a flaming lion inside, but it is the king of the flaming lions. Its strength has reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Connecting Heaven realm. If you can kill it, then you will pass the Platinum Emblem test and obtain the Platinum Emblem. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This master seemed to be giving him special treatment. Wasn't the Flaming Lion king of the fire attribute? Then it would be much easier for him to kill it. Okay. At that moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to break the light shield. Suddenly, a Flaming Lion King that was bigger than the previous one appeared. Roar! This Flaming Lion King roared. Immediately, flames soared into the sky and covered the entire test space. The power of the flames this time was more than 5 times stronger than before. Even Yi Xian felt a sense of pressure. If it wasn't for the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, he would have melted long ago. Undying Battle Soul, kill it. Yi Xian immediately ordered the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei awe the heavens. In an instant, the two's attributes increased by 2 folds. Although the Unicorn Descent couldn't be used, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor still had the sky-shattering meteor slash. As for the Sword Storm, Yi Xian didn't want to use it. This Flaming Lion King wasn't weak. It was much stronger than the previous Flaming Lion King. When the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei awe the heavens approached, they were sent flying by its 2 claws. However, when the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was sent flying, he immediately used the sky-shattering meteor slash. A dark gray sword chi slashed out, heading towards the Flaming Lion King. However, this Flaming Lion King was very fast. It instantly went around the sky-shattering meteor slash and opened its mouth, preparing to bite the Ghost Dome Great Emperor into pieces. The sky-shattering meteor slash seemed to have missed, but don't forget that Yi Xian had the Eye of Space. Rip! Suddenly, the space was torn apart. The sky-shattering meteor slash entered the space and came out from the back of the Flaming Lion King. Boom! The sky-shattering meteor slash struck the Flaming Lion King, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. That unique petrification ability also spread out in an instant. The Flaming Lion King cried out in pain. The flames on its body suddenly exploded, and the petrified part of its body shattered. Although the sky-shattering meteor slash hit, it didn't have much of an effect. This Flaming Lion King wasn't that easy to deal with. As for the Eye of Space, It probably wouldn't be that easy to injure this flaming Lion King. After all, Yi Xian's cultivation realm was too low. As such, it would be a battle of attrition. Although the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had activated their undying battle soul, the Flaming Lion King was at the 9th stage of the undying battle soul realm. Whether it was its speed or strength, it was superior to the two of them. Fortunately, both the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had the immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline. Their injuries would automatically recover. Boom! 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 In the assessment space, the sounds were unceasing. The battle was very intense. This Flaming Lion King had completely ignored Yi Xian because Yi Xian's attacks couldn't hit it at all. Chapter 1610. There was no time limit to the assessment. Furthermore, the Flaming Lion King couldn't recover from its injuries. When the undying battle soul's duration was over, its body would be riddled with wounds and blood would flow out continuously. Its blood was also very unique. When it flowed to the ground, it would ignite. The entire assessment space turned into a sea of fire. Roar! The Flaming Lion King had roared countless times since the beginning. Although its attacks could severely injure the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, the two of them were able to recover quickly. Up until now, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian seemed to be fine. The Flaming Lion King, who possessed intelligence, suddenly had an idea. Its large eyes suddenly turned and its gaze fell onto Yi Xian. Roar! After roaring, it suddenly charged towards Yi Xian. You finally realize that I'm the examiner. As long as you kill me, this assessment will be over. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. It had to be said that the Flaming Lion King's reaction was too slow. It took so long for it to realize. Facing this ferocious beast that was charging towards him, Yi Xian calmly broke open a void door and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. Although the Flaming Lion King's speed was fast, Yi Xian could still react. When the former saw Yi Xian disappear, it was immediately enraged. It turned around and charged towards Yi Xian again. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. As a precaution, Yi Xian left a void locator in the corner of the assessment space. Then, he continuously attacked with the Void Flame Sword Wave. After the Flaming Lion King broke free from the entanglement of the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian, it charged towards Yi Xian again. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian once again broke through the void, left his original location, and returned to his previous location. The Flaming Lion King lost Yi Xian's trace again and roared at the sky in anger. At this moment, the Undying Battle Soul's effect was about to end. As long as the Undying Battle Soul's effect disappeared, it would be difficult to fight. However, the Flaming Lion King was also heavily injured. As it moved, its injuries would become more serious and its battle strength would become weaker. For the sake of the Platinum Emblem, so what if he had to fight for 10 days and 10 nights? However, 10 days and 10 nights was impossible. Yi Xian estimated that in less than an hour, the Flaming Lion King would die in his hands. Although the way of fighting was a little despicable, in a battle of life and death, to be able to kill the other party, no matter what kind of despicable tricks one used, it was still acceptable. Time was ticking away. In the end, heaven-reaching beasts could not reach the top of the food chain. They did not know how to use true qi, nor could they use pills. In the end, they would be trampled under the feet of the strong. Although the duration of the Undying War Soul had passed, the Flaming Lion King's injuries had worsened after 10 minutes. Its combat power was only at 80% of its peak. During these 10 minutes, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian couldn't hurt it at all. However, after 10 minutes, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could do the same. After another 5 minutes, the Flaming Lion King's combat power dropped by another 10%. 2 minutes later, the Flaming Lion King's combat power dropped to 60%. Now, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could fight against it. Yi Xian, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but smile. It seemed like the Flaming Lion King was going to die soon. At this moment, the entire test space was burning with flames. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been torn to pieces or burned to ashes by the Flaming Lion King. However, Yi Xian, who was at the Undying Soul Realm, was able to hold on until the end. Of course, if there were no restrictions in this battle and Old Tree was able to fight, the Flaming Lion King wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 5 minutes. Roar! The Flaming Lion King roared once again. Its voice reverberated in the air. At this moment, it no longer had the sharpness of its peak. It looked like it was on its last breath. A dignified king of a tribe was actually exhausted to death by such a despicable method. What a disgrace! Soon, the Flaming Lion King fell to the ground with heavy injuries. It could no longer stand up. Then, Ghost Dome Great Emperor swooped down from the sky and stabbed the Flaming Lion King's eyes, penetrating its head. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent and elegy of souls increased by a lot. An undying soul realm connecting heaven beast was indeed not easy to deal with. Even with Unicorn's deterrence, Yi Xian couldn't injure it. He could only use such a method to win. After the Flaming Lion King died, an old man in black armor suddenly appeared in the air. Previously, Yi Xian saw the bronze insignia on the regular knights outside. However, this old man in front of him had a platinum insignia. Platinum Knight. This old man in front of him was actually a platinum knight. Yi Xian was shocked. He thought to himself, what the F***ck, he's actually a platinum knight. The glazed knights were mainly divided into preparatory knights and regular knights. Regular knights were also divided into ranks according to their insignia. Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, Gold Knight, and Platinum Knight. Platinum Knight meant that this old man could challenge opponents who were 6 realms higher than him. It was too terrifying. Young man, don't be surprised. There are many Platinum Knights like me in the Glazed Knights. My strength isn't even in the top 30. The old man chuckled and then landed on the ground. Yi Xian was shocked. Due to the difference in realms, he couldn't see what realm this old man was at. 7th tier Ascension Realm? 8th tier Ascension Realm? 9th tier Ascension Realm? In any case, his strength definitely left him 18,000 streets behind. Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted. No need for formalities. The old man waved his hand and then said, I saw your battle. Although you used a tactic of attrition to kill the Flaming Lion King, I know that you still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? Yi Xian nodded in reply. He did have a trump card, and that was the Bladestorm. However, this Bladestorm had a cooldown of 3 days. It was best not to use it unless necessary. In this assessment mystic realm, if you can use it, it means that you can use it. It doesn't violate the rules. Since you can defeat the Flaming Lion King, who is at the 9th tier of the Undying Soul realm, it means that you have passed the Platinum trial. After the old man finished speaking, he took out a platinum insignia from his universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. This platinum insignia is not something that can be obtained in 1,000 years. I also rose to this rank after becoming a gold knight. Yi Xian took the platinum insignia. He was a little excited. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after passing the platinum trial. Although he didn't know how much it would be, it should at least help him level up, right? This platinum insignia, you can bind it with your blood and fuse it with your body. This way you can identify other knights. At the same time, you can use it to send a message to your knight commander. If you are in danger, the knight commander can locate you directly. As long as the distance isn't too far, he can come and save you. Chapter 1611. What's the position of a knight commander? Yi Xian asked curiously. Anyone who passes the gold test or reaching heaven LV6 can become a regular knight. When the time comes, they will join a knight commander. Every knight commander is at least a platinum knight. After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly laughed and said, there are a total of 50 knight commanders in the Glazed Knights, and I am one of them. Now, Yi Xian understood why the old man gave him special treatment. He wanted to take him under his wing. I see. Yi Xian nodded, then dripped his blood on the platinum badge to bind it to him, then put it into his body. Anyone who passes the gold test will be assigned to me. My name is Ma Li, and I will be your knight commander from now on, said the old man. Greetings, knight commander. Yi Xian cupped his fists again. But I didn't expect anyone to pass the platinum test this time, so I haven't prepared the reward yet. I will give it to you later. Also, anyone who passes the test can choose a mount. However, I don't think you will be interested in mounts below the reaching heaven realm, said Ma Li. Mount? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were about 500 reaching heaven realm examinees in the square just now, and the strongest one had reached reaching heaven LV3. Even if they participated in the lowest bronze test, they would need to kill a reaching heaven beast of reaching heaven realm LV6 to pass. If Yi Xian requested, it wouldn't be a problem to get a reaching heaven beast of reaching heaven realm LV6 as a mount. However, it was impossible to sign a contract with such a huge gap between their realms. But what use would a mount below the reaching heaven realm be to Yi Xian, who was a platinum knight? Knight Commander, forget about the mount, said Yi Xian as he looked at Wei Zhentian. A mount could only be powerful for a while, and it couldn't keep up with his cultivation speed, unless it had a special talent. Okay, then I will give you more rewards. Let's go. Ma Li nodded and waved his hand. He and Yi Xian appeared in a square. Only those who passed the test could come to this square. Yi Xian immediately sensed the crowd. There were already more than 10,000 people in the plaza. Most of them had passed the bronze assessment, and there were a few dozen who had passed the silver assessment. As for the golden knights, there were only 5 of them. And there was only one platinum knight, Yi Xian. These people had also fused with their knight badges. When Yi Xian appeared, they immediately sensed it and were all shocked. Heavens, it's a platinum knight. Platinum, it's actually a platinum knight. He surpassed 6 realms and succeeded. Anyone who passes the gold exam and above can directly become a regular knight. He actually passed the platinum exam. There are only 5 geniuses in history who passed the platinum exam directly. However, the realm of those who pass the platinum test is usually lower, so it's easier this way. The 3rd level of the Undying Soul realm is truly a good realm. The entire square was in an uproar. Then, they turned their attention to Ma Li, who was also a platinum knight. Most of them were given the badges by regular knights. Only the 5 gold knights were given the badges by powerful people. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be given the badge by a platinum knight. This was quite impressive. No wonder the exam was so slow. It turns out that he passed the platinum exam again. Impressive. After passing the gold exam, Headstrong couldn't help but smile when he saw Yi Xian behind Ma Li. Originally, he set the requirement for Yi Xian to pass the gold exam. He didn't expect Yi Xian to pass the platinum exam. This was really out of his expectations. Of course, with his strength, passing the platinum exam wouldn't be a problem. However, he felt that it was too ostentatious. As for the other 4 gold knights, their realms were lower than his, but it was still not bad. After all, they were from the big forces around. Yi Xian also noticed Headstrong. When Ma Li walked up to a high platform, he directly went to Headstrong's side. Not bad, not bad. You passed the platinum exam. You really didn't disappoint me. Headstrong nodded in satisfaction. I won by a battle of attrition. Yi Xian grinned, then used his true chi thread to send Headstrong a voice transmission. That Knight Commander, what's his realm? Peak Ascension Realm Level 9. These people are all suppressing their realms and haven't broken through. Although they can't ascend, without exception, they all have to break through and become rogue immortals. However, rogue immortals have a fatal flaw. Headstrong said. What fatal flaw? Yi Xian frowned and asked. After breaking through and becoming a rogue immortal, an immortal tribulation will descend once every 1,000 years. Moreover, each tribulation is more dangerous than the last. If you can't withstand it, you'll turn into ashes. Although many people have methods to delay the tribulation, if you can't, then you're dead meat. After Headstrong finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause. Therefore, once you become a rogue immortal, your lifespan will be greatly shortened. Some people only live for 1,000 years before being struck to death by the tribulation. However, if you succeed, then your strength will increase exponentially. Such a short lifespan, Yi Xian furrowed his brows. One had to know that Ascension Realm powerhouses could live for tens of thousands of years, but once they became a rogue immortal, they could only live for 1,000 years. Therefore, many people suppressed their realms and were determined not to break through. Yi Xian suddenly thought of another question. Then why is the immortal realm passage closed? I'm not sure. No one knows the reason. In any case, no one has ever successfully ascended to the immortal realm and become a true immortal. Headstrong shrugged and shook his head helplessly. After hearing this, Yi Xian fell silent. If he reached the peak of Ascension Realm level 9, he didn't know whether he would directly ascend to the immortal realm or be forced to break through and become a rogue immortal like others. At this time, Mali saw that there were no more gold examinees in the mystic realm, so he directly said, "Those who pass the gold test and above, follow me." Among the thousands of people present, only 5 had passed the gold test, and Yi Xian had passed the platinum test. Therefore, this sentence was meant for the 6 of them. The rest of the people who passed the bronze and silver tests could only watch enviously as the 6 left. Of course, the one who made them envious the most was Yi Xian, the Platinum Knight. Platinum Knights were almost the highest-ranked knights in the Glazed Knights. They could obtain a huge amount of resources from the Glazed Knights to cultivate, so their future achievements would naturally not be low. As for those who passed the bronze and silver tests, they still had to join the Reserve Knights. Only by passing the gold test or reaching Ascension Realm level 6 could they become regular knights. Chapter 1612. Although these people's realms were higher than Yi Xian, in terms of aptitude, they were far behind Yi Xian. Unless they were promoted to Platinum Knight, they would have to salute Yi Xian when they saw him. We are now in a city called Linfeng City. Around the headquarters of the Glazed Knights, there are a total of 50 cities like this, with 50 knight commanders acting as the temporary city lord. Mali explained while leading the way, "From now on, you are all knights under my command. You can choose to guard Linfeng City or go out to carry out missions." "Knight Commander, I heard that there are 5 Glazed Knights above Platinum Knights?" At this time, a Gold Knight suddenly asked. "You know quite a lot." "That's right, Glazed Knights are above Platinum Knights. However, there are only 5 Glazed Knights in my Glazed Knights regiment." Mali nodded. "These 5 Glazed Knights are very strong. 4 of them have already passed the immortal tribulation and became loose immortals. The last one, Lord Lin Guangyao, is still in the Ascension Realm, but he has the strength to fight against 10. Although I am at the same level as him, if we fight, I'm afraid I will be killed in an instant." Instant kill. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Xian heard Ren Xingxing say that Knight Commander Mali was already at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer. That Lin Guangyao should also be at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer. However, the latter could instantly kill the former. Wasn't the difference in strength a little too big? "Knight Commander, I heard that you are also at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer. Why is the difference in strength so big?" a Gold Knight asked. "Although I am also at the peak of Ascension Realm 9th layer like Lord Lin Guangyao has cultivated the glazed treasured body. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can fight against 10. Mali couldn't help but pause. He continued, "This glazed treasured body is the most powerful ability of my Glazed Knights regiment. Once successfully cultivated, one's physique will be greatly improved. Even resisting a spatial crack will not be a problem." Resisting a spatial crack? Everyone was shocked. Even Willful couldn't help but raise his brows. The destructive power of a spatial crack was almost limitless, but it could still be resisted? "No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken it head-on. As long as you cultivate the glazed treasure body, the environment in your body will be extremely stable. If there is a spatial crack that tears your skin, you will be repelled. The glazed treasure body has a repelling effect. Although it is not considered to be a hard hit, it is close." Mali shook his head helplessly. The glazed treasure body is indeed powerful, but one has to be promoted to a Platinum Knight before one can come into contact with it. I've been training for 100 years, but I've only just touched the threshold. Platinum Knight. After hearing this, the 5 Gold Knights, including Capricious, couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had passed the Platinum Trial, which meant that he could come into contact with the glazed treasure body. However, so what if they came into contact? After all, Yi Xian was only at the 3rd level of the Undying Soul Realm. Even the Knight Captain Mali, who was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9th tier, had not been able to master it. So how could Yi Xian have mastered it? Therefore, the other 4 golden knights were not envious at all. They were just looking forward to it. Since Willful had decided to join the Glazed Knights, he had naturally investigated the Glazed Knights. The Glazed Knights had been established 500 years ago. In other words, it only took them 500 years to develop to the point where they could contend with the Penglai demon race and Heaven Extinction Palace. One had to admit that this glazed fairy was very resourceful. Mali brought Yi Xian's group of 6 to a few courtyards and said, "All right, the 6 of you can find a place to stay first and get used to the environment." At this moment, a silver knight suddenly walked over and handed the ring to Mali. After receiving it, Mali passed it to Yi Xian and said, "This is your reward for passing the platinum trial. It's enough for you to cultivate to the ascension stage. From now on, you can receive a batch of cultivation resources every month. As for the rest, you'll have to spend merit points. As for merit points, you can get them by completing missions." "Thank you, Knight Captain." Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and looked at it. His eyes couldn't help but light up. As expected, passing the platinum trial had great benefits. There were so many things in this interspatial ring that he almost jumped up and kissed Mali. "All right, you can get used to the environment for a few days. After that, you can take on some relatively simple missions to practice." After saying this, Mali left directly. As for Yi Xian's group, they prepared to choose a place to stay. It had to be said that the ranking system in the Knight Regiment was too strict. Yi Xian was now a Platinum Knight. If he didn't choose a place to stay, the other 4 Gold Knights didn't dare to choose first. "All right, I'll take this one." Wayward pointed at the nearest place and said. The other 4 Gold Knights were surprised, but they thought that Wayward and Yi Xian seemed to know each other, so they didn't say anything. "I'll take this one." Yi Xian pointed at the place next to Wayward's. Anyway, people at their level didn't need to sleep. Their residences were usually used for cultivation. But at this moment, a voice suddenly fell into Yi Xian's ears. "Sir, do you need me to serve you?" It was a woman's voice. Yi Xian turned his head and saw the female Gold Knight throwing flirtatious glances at him. "No thanks." Yi Xian also used qi condensation to send his voice directly into the female Gold Knight's ears. But it had to be said that this female Gold Knight was really something. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a cow. She was curvaceous in front and behind. If he could spend time with her, it would definitely be a wonderful thing. However, Yi Xian already had 2 women at home. It was better not to pluck wildflowers. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the female Gold Knight revealed a disappointed expression and turned to Wayward. "Go away." Wayward said straightforwardly. This female Gold Knight didn't care about Yi Xian, but even Wayward wasn't interested in her. She couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. However, she felt that Wayward wasn't a simple person, so she could only suppress her anger. Then, she turned around angrily and walked into a residence. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to his residence. This time, he passed the platinum trial and received a huge reward. If he broke through now, it would be too ostentatious. "Let's break through first." Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly devoured some of it. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 4. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 6. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 6. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Currently at Undying Soul Stage 6. 4 system notifications sounded in a row. Yi Xian's aura immediately skyrocketed. There weren't many ores in this reward, but it was enough for Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor to break through. Chapter 1613. F*CK, you broke through again? At this time, a figure suddenly flashed into Yi Xian's room. Needless to say, it was Capricious. Only he would dare to trespass into Yi Xian's residence. Almost all the residences here had aura-isolating arrays. After Capricious entered, he discovered that Yi Xian had broken through. "What do we do next?" Yi Xian looked up and asked. Now that they had successfully infiltrated the Glazed Knights, they had completed the first step. Your realm is too low. If you want to get close to the Glazed Knights, You have to be at least at the level of Knight Captain Molly. The second step is to increase your strength, Capricious said. Then should we accept some missions? Yi Xian suggested. Of course, I also need to earn enough merit points to be promoted to Platinum Knight. But there's no rush, I've set a goal for myself of 100 years, Capricious said calmly. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a joke, he was only 30 years old. 1 year was too long for him, let alone 100 years. Others needed to cultivate, and perhaps 100 years in seclusion would be 8 to 10 years, or even 100 years, but he had it. Instead of going into seclusion for 10 years, he might as well slit his own throat. At this time, a system notification sounded. Ding, the third round of the Dragon Slayer title quest has been triggered. Kill Xianxia, ranked 100 on the Dragon Demon list. Hearing this, Yi Xian paused. Previously, when he killed Death Demon Dragon Di Hui, the second round of the quest had ended. Now, the third round of the quest had finally been triggered. This quest was considered easy to complete because as long as he killed those ranked 100, he would complete the quest. He didn't have to kill Xianxia. Let's go and accept the quest. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly left. The Dragon Slayer title not only doubled the damage to dragons, but also increased all attributes by 30%. Yi Xian was very envious. Now that he wanted to increase his strength, it was best to take this opportunity to complete the quest. Capricious followed him since he had nothing to do. They first familiarized themselves with the environment, then found the Hall of Merit. The Hall of Merit was a popular place for the Glazed Knights. There were many people here every day. After all, this was where regular knights and probationary knights received missions. Before Yi Xian and Capricious entered, they saw the probationary and regular knights saluting them. To say, except to say, to say, to say, to say, to become a regular knight's, say, to say, level. Passing by under the gazes of such experts, Yi Xian felt a sense of superiority. In Linfeng City, there were more than 100,000 reserve knights and close to 10,000 regular knights. However, the number of platinum knights could be counted on one hand. It was normal for these people to bow to Yi Xian. Brat, did you enjoy it for a while? Capricious couldn't help but ask. To say. Soon, the two of them entered the merit hall. B to say. A. After sensing Yi Xian's arrival, the knights who were accepting missions immediately stepped aside, letting Platinum Knight Yi Xian and Gold Knight Capricious take the missions first. Sir, what mission do you want to accept? A Bronze Knight from the merit hall asked. Let me see if there are any missions to kill experts on the Dragon Demon list, Yi Xian said. The Bronze Knight was very efficient. 2 seconds later, he gave Yi Xian a list of missions from the 1st to the 200th. Some of the missions showed when and where the other party had appeared. Yi Xian glanced at the list and finally locked his eyes on the 97th place, a person called Di Kai. Di Kai was the same as Di Hui, a member of the Death Demonic Dragon clan under the Demonic Dragon Palace. His realm was at the peak of the 8th stage of the Undying Soul realm. 3 days ago, he had a battle with someone in Skywave City and had a knight mark on him, making it easier to trace. Him. Yi Xian pointed at the mission and said, Platinum Knight Yi Xian and Gold Knight Capricious will accept it together. The Bronze Knight nodded respectfully, then said, Sir, can you choose a retainer knight to follow you? What's a retainer knight? Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Gold Knights can choose 1 retainer knight to follow every mission, while Platinum Knights can choose 2. The realms of retainer knights change according to the level of the mission. The Bronze Knight glanced at the mission and said, Sir, if you accept this mission, you can choose 3 retainer knights of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm to follow you. They will guarantee your safety, but will not help you complete the mission. 3 of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, then shook his head and said, No need. To him, 3 retainer knights of the 1st stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm were more like a burden. What a joke! Although Capricious Soul was at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul realm, he was still a loose immortal expert. Even a 6th stage of the Heavenly Ascension realm was an ant in his eyes. Okay. The bronze knight didn't say much, and directly took out a sheepskin scroll and gave it to Yi Xian. The mission was very simple, to kill that Di Kai and bring back his corpse. As for the contribution points, Yi Xian didn't look at them carefully, so he didn't care. After accepting the mission, Yi Xian and Capricious left the Hall of Merit under the gazes of thousands of people. The surrounding people also heard about the mission they accepted, and these knights also knew that Yi Xian was only using this mission to practice. Windfront City could be considered large, and there were transmission arrays leading to every city. After Yi Xian and Capricious left the Hall of Merit, they arrived at the Transmission Palace, and were then transmitted to Skywave City. Skywave City was about the same as Blazing Sun City from before, and the city lords were all Heavenly Ascension Realm experts. When they were teleporting, the two of them put away their knight medallions. After all, a gold knight was arrogant enough to swagger through the streets. If Yi Xian, the Platinum Knight, was known by others, there would definitely be experts coming to kill him. That Death Demon Dragon Di Kai has a night tracing imprint in his body. The night tracing imprint in our bodies can track him, but my realm is low, so I'll have to rely on you. After leaving the Transmission Palace, Yi Xian said to Capricious, "Really, if you want to catch him, then catch him at the Heavenly Ascension Realm. He's only at the 8th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, so he doesn't need to be so low to practice." Capricious said somewhat helplessly. His realm was higher than Yi Xian's, and his ability to track people with his knight badge was stronger than Yi Xian's. Moreover, his spiritual sense was countless times stronger than Yi Xian's. After all, he was a loose immortal before, and although he lost his realm, his soul was still very strong. Chapter 16:14. Found it. Watch me. Without hesitation, Caprice took out an eye of space and used it to break through the void. One had to know that the interior of the city was more stable. It wasn't easy to tear through space. However, Headstrong's eye of space wasn't low. He didn't care about the array of a small city. When they passed through the gate, they sensed the aura of an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm expert. Rogue immortals were powerful. Even if a Heaven Ascension Realm expert tore through space, it was impossible to find Di Kai. After all, Di Kai had been gone for 3 days. "Who is it?" Di Kai's reaction was quite fast, and he immediately shouted loudly. "A weakling. I'm too lazy to attack. You go." Headstrong didn't have any intention to attack. He took out a fan and sat cross-legged in the air. Even if a 9th stage Heaven Ascension Realm expert couldn't enter his eyes, it was too degrading for him to deal with an 8th stage Undying Soul Realm expert. "I'm also too lazy to attack. Ribs, you guys go." Yi Xian showed a tired look and summoned Old Tree's trio. Old Tree's trio were all 6th stage Undying Soul Realm experts. Killing Di Kai wasn't a problem. Run. When Di Kai saw Headstrong, he immediately thought of retreating. Although he had killed a 9th stage Undying Soul Realm expert before, his 10,000 years of experience made him understand that Headstrong wasn't an ordinary person. Just the method of breaking through space wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. He didn't have confidence in this battle, so he could only run. "Want to leave? Have you asked this old man?" Old Tree took the lead and rushed over, intercepting Di Kai. A mere 6th stage Undying Soul Realm expert dares to wander in front of me? Di Kai was furious. He was afraid of Headstrong, not Yi Xian's trio. However, he was wrong. Old Tree alone could fight him, not to mention Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Roar! When Di Kai realized that something was wrong, he transformed into his deathly demon dragon form and fled frantically. Unfortunately, he could not escape from the grasp of the Old Tree trio. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out as the Death Demon Dragon Di Kai fell at the hands of the Old Tree trio, and its soul was harvested by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has completed the 3rd round of the Dragon Slayer title mission. It's already the 3rd round. I wonder how long it'll take to complete it. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. However, with his current realm, there was one thing he could accomplish, and that was the upper limit of his killing intent value. Now that he had 7 Devourer points, he would be able to fuse 2 combat bloodlines with 2 more points. So he wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was still at the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm to kill his way into the enemy's hinterland. At this time, the pair of Eyes of Death also turned into 2 strands of Will of Death. This time, Xian quickly absorbed the 2 strands of Will of Death. If his Eyes of Death improved, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor's Will of Death would also improve. His Eyes of Death would also become more powerful. Wayward, how far is your space breaker? Xian could not help but ask. If you don't have a positioning system, the 3-day journey with the help of the Eye of Space is already difficult enough. Where do you want to go? Wayward answered. After all, he was only in the undead realm now. I got a strategic map earlier, and I'm going to explore it, Xian said. Is that so? But it could be fake. If you use the space breaker, you might fall into the enemy's space-locking formation. However, it won't be a problem if I bring you along. After Wayward finished speaking, he took out the Eye of Space again and broke through the void. Although he was not in the Ascension realm, he used the Eye of Space to cross the 3-day distance and enter the enemy's territory. Xian took out the map and looked at it to understand where he was. Northwest. There's a group of demons moving northeast, Wayward said. Okay. Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately headed northwest. He had actually completed the mission this time, but because of Wayward's pride, he did not plan to take action. From the aura of the demons he found this time, he could tell that they were all from the Giant Dragon clan. Now that the entire Giant Dragon clan had betrayed the Blood Fiend Holy Land, it was normal to kill them on sight. Kid, let's start the slaughter, Wayward said to Xian. That's exactly what I was thinking. Xian opened his eyes wide. In the Eye of Revelation, he saw thousands of giant dragons migrating past. What Ko Bowen had found before was the map of the Giant Dragon clan's distribution. Once this map was spread out, experts would immediately descend to exterminate them, so they had no choice but to migrate. This Giant Dragon clan was not weak. The 3 leading giant dragons were all in the undead realm, and they had many experts under their command. With so many killing intent points, Xian's eyes turned red. Go! Xian did not hesitate. He directly used the Death Hunt command to mark one of the giant dragons, and then flashed over. Slaughter feast begin. This place was immediately set off a storm of blood. Although Xian had just passed the Platinum Trial and used his Undead War Soul and other skills, Xian still had Slaughter Feast, which was enough. As Xian and the others charged in, this giant dragon clan suffered heavy losses. Countless giant dragon corpses fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the Slaughter Feast's buff increased by several times. At the same time, the commotion inside made the entire giant dragon clan stop. What's going on? The 3 leading giant dragons frowned when they saw that the middle of the giant dragon clan was fighting. Someone broke through the sky and came to kill our clansmen. A giant dragon who was in human form reported. Damn it, I don't know who leaked the clan's distribution and forced us to leave. We were even hunted down several times along the way. The leader of this giant dragon clan shouted angrily. They had been hunted down several times before, but their realms were not high. However, this time, they were facing the god of slaughter, Xian. 50%, 80%, doubled. In less than 3 seconds, Xian's buff doubled, and it was still rising rapidly. Originally, the leader of this giant dragon clan thought that Xian and the others would be dealt with by the clan's experts. However, after 3 seconds, Xian and the others were still alive and kicking. He knew that he had to personally take action. Courting death. The leader of this giant dragon clan roared and directly rushed towards Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Undead Soul Stage 8 and Undead Soul Stage 6. It was only a difference of 2 realms. Ghost Dome Great Emperor was confident that he could kill the other party within 3 rounds. Chapter 1615. The Patriarch of the Giant Dragons roared and approached Ghost Dome Great Emperor. He grabbed with his dragon claw, preparing to crush Ghost Dome Great Emperor. But at this moment, Ghost Dome Great Emperor suddenly slashed with all his might and chopped off the giant dragon claw. Not only that, but the sword chi also chopped off half of the Dragon Patriarch's neck. As expected, he was almost killed in an instant. However, this was not the end. Wei Zhentian directly transformed into a giant sword and slashed down like Pangu, splitting the heavens and earth. Rip! In an instant, the dragon's head was chopped off, but the patriarch with an undying soul realm was still alive. Leave it to me. Not far away, Old Tree continuously flashed over and threw a few punches at the dragon's head, directly breaking a large hole in the back of its head. After a few punches, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. An expert with an undying soul realm had fallen. As for his soul, Yi Xian naturally would not let it go. He quickly finished it off and increased the buff once again. Even the patriarch was killed. This group of giant dragons with raging battle intent instantly felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They hugged their heads and fled. There were close to 10,000 giant dragons. If they wanted to escape, Yi Xian would not be able to intercept them all. Hence, he could only choose to kill those with higher realms. In the distance, Wayward was already lying in the air. He supported his head with one hand and fanned himself with the other. He seemed to be very satisfied. This kid is very fierce when he kills. If he is allowed to grow to the 9th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, I reckon that he can even beat up undying immortals. Wayward nodded in satisfaction. He was secretly praising himself for having a good eye. However, at this moment, a white light suddenly rose from the horizon. Following that, a powerful aura spread out. Wayward raised his eyebrows. His soul and spiritual sense were at the level of an undying immortal. His senses were much stronger than Yi Xian's. He just happened to feel that powerful aura. This is... the Demon Emperor's inheritance has found an inheritor? Wayward was shocked. Before he came to the Penglai sacred land, he naturally heard about the fall of the Penglai Demon Emperor. Who would have thought that someone would inherit the position of Demon Emperor today? What a coincidence! However, Yi Xian was in the midst of his frenzied slaughter and did not notice the pillar of light that shot into the sky, nor did he sense its aura. Yi Xian and the others quickly annihilated this group of giant dragons. All the wandering souls were also obliterated. As for the giant dragons that had fled, their realms were also very low. This battle was more than enough. Yi Xian estimated that it would take a few more attempts before he could reach the maximum killing intent value. There's also a group of demons moving in the north. Do you want to go? Caprice suddenly said to Yi Xian. Of course. Yi Xian nodded in response. However, he couldn't even use Slaughtering Feast right now. It would take a while before he could use it again, so he could only fight normally. It didn't matter whether he had Slaughtering Feast, Undying War Soul, and other skills. Anyway, with his strength, it was almost impossible for anyone below the Ascension realm to kill him. At that moment, Caprice directly broke open the void, and Yi Xian and the others rushed in, intercepting another group of giant dragons. Although the duration of Slaughtering Feast had passed, Yi Xian continued to fight. Although he couldn't kill all the giant dragons, it didn't matter. After all, giant dragons were lustful. Their reproductive ability was ranked first among the demons. Moreover, these giant dragons were not even at the Ascension realm, but there were hundreds of millions of them. After a few rounds of torment, Yi Xian finally reached the maximum killing intent value again. Ding! The host's killing intent value has reached the maximum limit. Would you like to exchange it for devouring points? Ding! The host has obtained 1 devouring point. Now, Yi Xian had 8 devouring points. With 1 more point, he could fuse 2 battle bloodlines. Caprice, again. Just as Yi Xian was about to let Caprice continue searching with his soul sense, an old voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian and Caprice's ears. You too, are you doing a mission outside? This voice belonged to the Knight Captain, Mali. The Knight Captain had the Platinum Badge, which could be obtained from the knights under his command. He could even directly locate the location of the knight and then fly over. Knight Captain, we're doing a mission outside, Yi Xian transmitted back using the Platinum Badge. Something happened just now. I reckon that a large number of experts from the evil Holy Lands will soon enter our territory. You must be careful. Mali reminded. Something happened? Yi Xian didn't quite understand the situation. However, Caprice instantly understood. He transmitted back, reassuring Mali. Caprice was a gold knight, which meant that he had killed Ascension Realm LV4 Ascension Realm Beast. He was invincible in this area, so Mali was relieved. If there's any danger, inform me immediately. Also, come back a little. I can't help if you're too far away. Mali reminded. After all, Yi Xian was a Platinum Knight. He was the seed with the most potential for the Glazed Knights. Although the soul seed could be resurrected, it would take time. Geniuses had to erupt when they were young. Once they fell silent, they might not be able to recover. Okay. Yi Xian and Caprice looked at each other, then responded. When you were fighting just now, I felt a powerful aura. It came from the direction of the Penglai demons, said Caprice. The Penglai demons? What happened? Asked Yi Xian, frowning. Someone obtained the Penglai demon emperor's inheritance, so the Blood Evil Holy Land, Xiang Holy Land, and Shirgu Holy Land will send experts to investigate and see who obtained the inheritance, explained Caprice. Yi Xian was surprised. What does that have to do with us? Isn't this place very far from the Penglai demons? When experts come in, those with lower realms will follow and take the opportunity to do whatever they want. There aren't many Ascension Realm cultivators in this area now. Soon, there will be LV2 or LV3 Ascension Realm experts. Willful paused for a moment and said, of course, the main battlefield is still the Penglai goblins. Only half of the goblins only have half of the goblins. Now that someone has obtained half of it, the other half will probably appear soon. Why is there only half? Asked Yi Xian, raising his eyebrows. You really don't know anything. Let me tell you. Willful continued to fan himself and explained, the Penglai Sacred Land used to have a Sacred Land Master, which was the demon emperor of the Penglai demon tribe, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. Later, the Dragon Sparrow Fairy knew that she couldn't pass the immortal tribulation, so she left half of her heritage in the Penglai demon tribe, and then another half in the Land of the Fallen. Chapter 1616. There were too many people, so she chose to hide. At first, everyone thought she was in seclusion, but later they found out she had died. The half of the inheritance she left in Penglai can guide the other half so that later generations can obtain it, Headstrong continued to explain. Yi Xian finally understood. So you're saying that the other 3 holy lands are here for the demonic emperor's inheritance? Of course not. The demonic emperor's inheritance is only one of them. The most important thing is the Holy Leader Token. Headstrong shook his head. Only the master of a holy land can have the Holy Leader Token. As long as you refine the Holy Leader Token, you can become the master of Penglai. I said before that loose immortals can't fight in Penglai. Do you know why? I don't know. Is there some kind of agreement? Yi Xian guessed. Yes, it can be considered a tacit agreement. However, the real reason is because the space in the Penglai Holy Land is unstable. If a Heaven Ascension expert were to tear open space, they would be able to repair it. However, if a loose immortal expert were to take action, the torn space would not be repaired. Moreover, the space cracks can continue to expand. In the end, they can even swallow the entire Holy Land and affect other Holy Lands. So loose immortals are not allowed to fight in small Holy Lands. If they break the rules, they will be punished by the Heavenly Tao. The light ones will be severely injured, and the heavy ones will be directly killed, Headstrong explained. So you're saying that we can fight in the big Holy Lands? Yi Xian asked. There are 4 big Holy Lands. The Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Holy Emperor of Death, and the Underworld Holy Land. The space in these 4 Holy Lands is very stable. When Ascension Realm fighters tear space, the space cracks will be repaired instantly. When loose immortals fight, the space cracks will be repaired more slowly. After Headstrong finished speaking, he changed the topic. However, with the Holy Leader Token, you can wantonly fight in your own territory. Others can't. So that's how it is. Then the Holy Leader Token is very popular. If a loose immortal obtains the Holy Leader Token, he will be invincible in his own holy land. Yi Xian finally understood. The 3 evil holy lands had entered Penglai to fight for the position of Holy Land Master. Loose immortals from outside couldn't attack, but loose immortals with holy master tokens could. Wasn't this invincible? By the way, the Penglai Sacred Land has 6 major powers. Aside from the 3 evil sacred lands and the Penglai Demon Tribe, there are also the Glazed Knights and Tianjue Palace. Are they also competing for the Sacred Leader token? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The Glazed Knights, the Penglai Goblin Clan, and the Heavenju Palace. Although the 3 great powers are united against the 3 great evil holy lands, only the Penglai Goblin Clan and the Heavenju Palace are together. Although the Glazed Girl's background is not small, she also wants to fight for the Holy Master Token. Headstrong said. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "What about Tianju Gong?" Tianju Palace. This name was very similar to a person he knew, and that was old immortal Tianju. Yi Xian reckoned that there should be something between the two. Tianju Palace's Tianju Old Immortal is the husband of the Penglai demon race's demon emperor, Dragon Sparrow Fairy, so he naturally has to help the Penglai demon race. Capricious said. Old Immortal Tianju? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart twitched fiercely. Although he had guessed before, when these 4 words came out from Capricious's mouth, he was still shocked. He did not expect that the old immortal Tianju hidden in the eastern continent was actually a loose immortal. At first, Yi Xian thought that old immortal Tianju was just a manifestation realm expert. He did not expect his realm to be so high. Why would such a strong person protect the goblin clan of the Great Wilderness in the Blood Rock continent? Old immortal Tianju is the lord of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. However, loose immortals are not allowed to participate in the fight for the Penglai Sacred Ground this time. Capricious said again. Glazed Light Sacred Ground? Yi Xian was shocked again. He did not expect that old immortal Tianju was the lord of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground and had such a strong background. Old immortal Tianju had the Holy Master Token of the Glazed Light Sacred Ground. As long as he was in the Glazed Light Sacred Ground, he was an invincible existence. How terrifying. What do we do now? Yi Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. Your realm is too low now, it's better to increase your strength first. Don't worry, with me protecting you, you can go anywhere you want, Capricious said confidently. If that's the case, then I'll directly charge into the enemy's territory. Yi Xian suddenly smiled evilly. He had already obtained 8 Devour points. With 1 more point, he could fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. His plan was to reach the upper limit of 2 killing intent points when his soul was at Undying Stage 4. When the 2 battle bloodlines fused, he would then devour the treasures stored in the Devourer space and directly break through. There's one thing I don't understand. You've already reached Undying Stage 4. From the looks of it, you should be able to directly break through to Undying Stage 5. Why are you still stuck? At this time, Capricious suddenly asked. Hearing this, Yi Xian was a little shocked and hurriedly said, I want to complete a special mission. If I don't break through, it'll be easier to complete it. Capricious looked at Yi Xian skeptically and did not ask further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Since that's the case, I'll bring you directly to kill. Let's go. Capricious directly waved his hand and used the Eye of Space in his hand to break through the void again, directly crossing a large distance. Following that, he spread out his spiritual sense to search and pointed to the northwest direction. There's another deathly demon dragon there, but it's at the peak of Undying Stage 9. At this time, it had already been about 8 months since the Platinum assessment. Killing Feast, Undying Battle Soul and other skills could all be used, so Yi Xian was not afraid. Seeing Yi Xian nodding, Capricious broke through the void again. After Yi Xian passed through, he saw a youth in a black robe. Who's there? The black-robed youth immediately reacted and suddenly turned around. He saw Yi Xian and Capricious coming out of the crack in the void. Ding! The host has triggered the 4th round of the Dragon Slayer title mission. Kill the deathly demon dragon D lie in front of you. A system notification sounded. Finally, the 4th round of the mission appeared. This D lie was also ranked on the Dragon Demon rankings and his ranking wasn't low, reaching the 85th place. On the Dragon Demon rankings, there were many Heaven Ascension Realm experts. The number 1 on the Dragon Demon rankings was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. But this dragon demon rankings wasn't ranked according to strength. Those who were on the rankings were all outstanding people of the same level. However, to Yi Xian, it didn't matter who it was. Without waiting for Di Lai to speak again, Yi Xian got Old Tree and the other two to kill directly. The peak of Undying Stage 9 was the strongest enemy he had encountered so far. Hence, he directly got Ghost Dome Great Emperor to activate his Undying Battle Soul. He couldn't be bothered to join in this battle. He just watched quietly like this. Chapter 16-17. It was a pity that Di Lai's injuries couldn't be healed. After a while, he was defeated. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded. Di Lai, who was at the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, was killed. At the same time, Yi Xian completed the 4th part of the Dragon Slayer title mission. However, what surprised him was that after the 4th part of the mission, the 5th part of the mission appeared. Ding. Host has triggered the 5th part of the Dragon Slayer title mission. Kill the Death Demon Dragon Emperor, Ditian. Reward, Dragon Slayer title. The 5th part was actually the last part. What realm is the Death Demon Dragon Emperor, Ditian? Yi Xian didn't understand. This branch of the Dragon Emperor was probably not weak. Wasn't the difference in difficulty between two parts a bit too big? Fortunately, he had copied the list of missions in the Hall of Merit when he was accepting them. This Death Demon Dragon Emperor was also on the Dragon Demon list. That's strange. This Death Demon Dragon Emperor is only at the Heaven Ascension realm. Yi Xian felt that it was strange, so he asked Willful. The Death Demon Dragon bloodline of the Giant Dragons is a new bloodline that appeared after the Giant Dragons submitted to the Blood Fiend Holy Land. Although they were born with the Eye of Death, their cultivation is extremely difficult. Moreover, their lifespan is short, and it is extremely difficult for them to reproduce. Willful began to explain. After the Giant Dragons submitted to the Blood Fiend Holy Land, a bloodline called the Bloodthirsty Mad Dragon appeared. This bloodline is very powerful. The first on the Dragon Demon list, Xianxia, is a bloodthirsty mad dragon. He claims to be invincible under the loose immortal realm, Xianxia. After hearing this name, Yi Xian couldn't help but search for it. He found that this name was indeed in the mission list he had seen before. Xianxia, the strongest member of the bloodthirsty mad dragon bloodline, used bloodthirstiness to increase his cultivation. He was already at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heaven Ascension realm. He had once fought the glazed knight Lin Guangyao to a draw. However, this Death Demon Dragon wasn't a bloodthirsty mad dragon. Yi Xian's target was the Death Demon Dragon Emperor. He searched the mission list he had copied before and found that the Death Demon Dragon Emperor had appeared most recently was half a month ago. This time, this was troublesome. Looks like it won't be that easy to find the Death Demon Dragon Emperor. Since that's the case, I'll just have to look for the clan of Death Demon Dragons. Yi Xian took a closer look and discovered that there was information about the Death Fiend Dragons. This Death Demon Dragon clan was a clan that was attached to the Black Flame Dragon clan under the Demonic Dragon Palace. This was because the Death Demon Dragons were a special breed of the Black Flame Dragon clan. The leader of the Death Devil Dragon clan was the Death Devil Dragon Emperor. He was at the 1st level of the Heavenly Completion realm, so Yi Xian was not afraid of him. However, there seemed to be a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon tribe, who was not someone Yi Xian could deal with. Heavenly Completion Stage 3? Leave those at that level to me. As for the Death Demon Dragon clan and the rest, I'll leave them to you, Headstrong said with a calm expression. Previously, he was a loose immortal. Even if his cultivation level dropped, he was still not someone that ordinary people could fight with. At that moment, he continuously used the space eye in his hand to break through the void. A trip through the void could shorten the journey by 3 days. However, every time he broke through the void, if there were any Heavenly Completion Realm warriors nearby, they would notice the spatial fluctuations. However, the realms of the people in this area were generally low. Headstrong broke through the void several times, but did not encounter any Heavenly Completion Realm warriors. At this time, they had arrived near the Death Devil Dragon clan and the Black Flame Dragon clan. Do you still want to continue? I can take you directly to the Death Devil Dragon clan. Headstrong turned and asked, Is the Death Devil Dragon Emperor there? Yi Xian asked. There is a heavenly completion realm Death Devil Dragon, but I don't know if it is, Headstrong replied. Yi Xian paused. The Black Flame Dragon clan was nearby, so he planned in his heart. I want to kill both clans together, but there is a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan. As Yi Xian spoke, he turned to look at Headstrong. I can help you get rid of all the reaching Heaven State warriors. If you want, I can use my magical power to intimidate them. I can suppress at least 1 or 2 realms, Headstrong said with a faint smile. Suppress 1 or 2 realms? Yi Xian was shocked. Don't forget, I am a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. I have a strong deterrent effect on the Black Flame Dragon clan and the Death Devil Dragon clan. Even if I am only in the Undead realm now, I can break through to the Heavenly Completion realm at any time if I want to. It won't be a problem for me to kill 100,000 Death Devil Dragons with one move, Headstrong said with a cold snort, full of arrogance. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. After all, he used to be an itinerant immortal. Even if his realm fell, these people were still ants to him. Then help me suppress them all. I want to kill them myself. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. As long as he suppressed these people, he might be able to reach the upper limit of killing intent again. After all, there was a LV3 reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan, while Yi Xian was only in the LV4 Undead Soul realm. There was a difference of 8 realms. Okay, then I will let you see what I can do. After saying that, Headstrong's aura suddenly soared several times. This was not because he used a magical power, but because he broke through. LV1 reaching Heaven State. He had maintained his Undead Soul realm in order to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he could break through several times in a row. Watch carefully. After saying that, Headstrong waved his hand and opened a space crack. This time, he did not use the Eye of Space. This time, he went directly to the Black Flame Dragon clan. The Death Devil Dragon clan was in a corner of the Black Flame Dragon clan. It was not a big deal. After all, there was only one reaching Heaven State warrior in the Black Flame Dragon clan. If not for the fact that the Death Devil Dragon clan was a descendant of the Black Flame Dragon clan, it would have been driven out long ago. Headstrong and Yi Xian went through the space crack and arrived at the Black Flame Dragon clan. As the space rippled, some reaching Heaven State warriors noticed them immediately. What's going on? The space in the Black Flame Dragon clan is stable. How can someone break through space and come here? LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior and a LV4 Undead Soul Realm warrior. Who is it? Impossible. How can a LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior break through space and come here? Immediately, all the reaching Heaven State warriors in the Black Flame Dragon clan rushed out. Their clan's formation was not bad. Even a LV4 reaching Heaven State warrior would not be able to break through space and come here. However, Headstrong was only a LV1 reaching Heaven State warrior, yet he had such strength. He was definitely not an ordinary person. In an instant, dozens of reaching Heaven State warriors rushed out. At the same time, the reaching Heaven State warrior in the Death Devil Dragon clan also noticed this and flew up to observe. For you. Chapter 16-18. The Glazed Knights. Capricious only gave a short reply before he immediately used his own means. He used his true chi to condense a white dragon phantom in his hand, then used the power of all things to enlarge it. When this white dragon soared into the sky, a wave of pressure fell on everyone. The experts of the Black Flame Dragon clan and the Deathly Demon Dragon clan all dropped by 2 realms. What is that? Everyone opened their eyes wide. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. This wasn't a realm suppression, but a bloodline suppression. Yi Xian couldn't help but look up. He found that the white dragon was a bit similar to Wayward's original form, but the Platinum Holy Light Dragon was much more handsome. This is the Celestial Gold White Dragon. My Platinum Holy Light Dragon was mutated from this. If I wasn't afraid of exposing my identity, I would have suppressed them myself. Wayward explained to Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. He directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. Fortunately, the Celestial Gold White Dragon's phantom suppressed the Deathly Demon Dragon clan and the Black Flame Dragon clan. Ghost Dome Great Emperor wasn't affected. Just now, Yi Xian felt a huge pressure coming from those Ascension Realm experts. But now, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Kill the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor first. Yi Xian directly ordered Old Tree to kill the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor first. The Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor was originally an Ascension Realm expert. After being suppressed by the Celestial Gold White Dragon's Phantom, it was only left with an Undying Soul Stage 7 realm. After all, the Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor was Yi Xian's target. That was why Wayward took special care of it. The Deathly Demon Dragon Emperor died very miserably. His head was smashed by Old Tree's fist. After dying, he returned to his original form. The will of death from the two eyes of death was also absorbed by Yi Xian's eyes of death. Even his soul was destroyed. Ding! The host has completed the Dragon Slayer title mission. The host has obtained the Dragon Slayer title. A system notification sounded. In an instant, Yi Xian's attributes skyrocketed by 30%. It was a pity that the full attribute bonus of this title had no effect on Old Tree and the other two. However, it did cause damage to dragons. Might shakes the heavens, storm of swords, go forth. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly as he roared in his heart. This time, he was going to annihilate the entire Black Flame Dragon tribe. Not only would he be able to increase his killing intent value and the buff of Soul's Elegy, but he would also be able to exchange the corpses of these dragons for merit points when he brought them back to the Glazed Knights. For the sake of convenience, Capricious couldn't help but help Yi Xian and gather all the people who were suppressed together. "Sir, please spare my life." "No, I don't want to die. We joined the Blood Fiend Holy Land because we were forced to. We had no other choice." The experts from the Black Flame Dragon tribe exclaimed. The strongest expert from the Black Flame Dragon tribe was only at Ascension Realm Stage 3. They had no say in the Dragon tribe. However, they could have chosen to stay in the Penglai Demon tribe. In the end, they left with the Dragon tribe, so they were enemies. The Black Flame Dragon tribe didn't have many members. There were only several tens of thousands of them here. Including the Deathly Demonic Dragon tribe, there were only about 60,000 of them. With Capricious suppressing them, Yi Xian was having a great time killing them. His killing intent value soared, and the buff of Soul's Elegy also increased rapidly. As for the Ascension Realm experts, they all died under the Storm of Swords. At this time, Yi Xian's killing feast had increased by 4 times, and was close to 5 times. This was the most satisfying killing he had ever done. However, this was due to Capricious. Otherwise, he would only be able to fight against the Deathly Demonic Dragon tribe and not the Black Flame Dragon tribe. Soon, almost all the Black Flame Dragon tribe experts at Ascension Realm Stage 7 and above were dead. During this time, Yi Xian's killing intent value naturally reached the upper limit. 9 Devour points. After such a long time, he finally had enough. At this time, Yi Xian consumed the 9 Devour points and merged the Sword God Bloodline and Slaying God Bloodline. Ding! Merging the Sword God Bloodline and Slaying God Bloodline requires 9 Devour points. Confirm? The system prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian replied without thinking, "Confirm." Ding! Bloodline merging, ding! Bloodline merging progress is 10%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 20%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 80%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 90%. Soon, the bloodline merging progress was increased to 90%. Ding! Bloodline merging progress is 100%. Ding! Bloodline merging. Host has obtained the Immortal Slaying Bloodline. Do you want to merge it immediately? Immortal Slaying Bloodline? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Then he replied in his heart, "Yes." Ding! Immortal Slaying Bloodline merging. At this time, Yi Xian hurriedly checked the skills of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline. The first advancement path was called the Path of Massacre. It integrated the Slaying God Bloodline's Instant Kill, Assassination Mode, Killer Instinct, Death Hunt Order, Eye of Assassination, and 1000 Extinction Flash. 1000 Extinction Flash was the advancement of the Shadow Step. It could be used in battle. As for the death hunting order, it was upgraded to 5 targets a day. The first attack after using the Eye of Assassination also increased the attack power from 30% to 50%. The second advancement path was called the Ultimate Realm. No matter what weapon was used, even if it was a fist, palm, or leg, the attack power would be doubled. In addition, all comprehension abilities would be doubled. This was useful for martial arts, magical powers, formations, and alchemy. The third advancement path was a skill called the Massacre Seal. It could be used 3 times a day. Once this Massacre Seal was used, 1 seal would be obtained. The Massacre Seal would gradually condense as one fought and killed. The limit was 5 seals. Every time 1 seal was consumed, the Massacre mode would be activated and all attributes would be doubled. Consuming 2 seals would triple the attributes, and so on. Once this mode was activated, it could be maintained indefinitely unless the host dispelled it or the killing intent was depleted. Consuming 2 Massacre Seals at one time could summon an immortal slaying puppet to fight for the master. Consuming 3 Massacre Seals at one time could use the immortal slaying breath slash. Consuming 4 Massacre Seals at one time could summon an immortal slashing arrow to attack the enemy. This immortal slashing arrow would not be destroyed, but it could only attack the target of the Death Hunt order. Most importantly, this immortal slashing arrow had a 100% chance of killing in 1 hit. Finally, there was a skill that consumed 5 Massacre Seals at one time, and that was the immortal slaying sword formation. Chapter 1619. It had to be said that the immortal slaying bloodline was extremely powerful. Although the Feast of Slaughter was gone, the Slaughter mode appeared. As long as he kept fighting, he could condense new Slaughter Seals and use various skills. The Slaughter Seal could be used 3 times a day. In simple terms, Xian could instantly obtain 3 Slaughter Seals and increase his strength by 3 times. He could also directly use the Immortal Slaying Puppet or the Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. As for the Sword God Bloodline's Ultimate Realm advancement, it was also indescribably awesome. From now on, Xian's weapon would no longer be limited to swords. No matter what weapon he used, his attack power would be doubled. In addition, there were various improvements in perception. All in all, the Immortal Slaying Bloodline was well spent. The only thing he didn't know was how powerful the skills of the Slaughter Seal were. With all 3 bloodlines fused, if he obtained devouring points, he could directly strengthen those skills. Another advantage of fusing bloodlines was that some skills could be integrated together. This way, 1 devouring point could be used to strengthen all of them. Now that the bloodlines had been fused, the next step was to deal with the aftermath, such as erasing the soul. However, at this moment, Willful raised his head in surprise because he suddenly felt a disgusting aura. At this moment, an Eye of Death appeared in the sky. Immediately after, the Eye of Death gradually condensed into a figure that Xian and Wayward had seen before. It was actually the long-haired man who appeared after Di Hui's death. The aura has become much stronger. Is it because of the distance? Wayward snorted coldly in his heart. Eyes that could cross space were usually related to the distance. The Eye of Death that appeared in the Heavenly Dragon tribe last time was very weak. Wayward killed it instantly. However, this time, he probably couldn't do it. It's you again. When the long-haired man saw Xian and Wayward, he didn't even absorb the will of death and directly attacked Wayward. With this long-haired man's realm, even if his body didn't descend, it would be easy for him to kill Ascension Realm martial artists. However, his attack had no effect on the Platinum Holy Light Dragon. Of course, it was the same for Xian, who had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. This aura, so it's the successor of the Emperor of Death. Easy. Wayward suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a surprised expression. Hearing his name, the long-haired man couldn't help but be stunned. Who are you? He didn't expect that this white-haired youth in front of him could recognize him. Why do you care who I am? You must have come to the Penglai Holy Land for the Holy Master Badge, right? Aren't you? What? If you have the guts, why don't you show yourself and fight? Capricious snorted. Simple was filled with disdain. If you don't have the guts, then just say it. If you dare to show yourself, I'll send you to see your senior brother. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Wayward's expression suddenly turned cold. Although it's all thanks to you, he's still my senior brother. Today, I'll avenge my senior brother. When Easy's voice fell, the will of death suddenly began to gather and condense into Easy's illusory body. Even if your true body comes, you can't do anything to me. What can a mere death clone do? Wayward still had a look of disdain on his face. Is that so? Then let's try. Easy suddenly used the will of death to condense a sharp blade and instantly attacked Wayward. Since your true body doesn't dare to come, then scram. Wayward didn't want to be entangled with Easy. Facing the latter who was already attacking, his aura instantly soared. Heaven Ascension Stage 2nd LV. Heaven Ascension Stage 3rd LV. Following that, Willful's body suddenly burst out with a white light. With just one blow, this simple death clone was directly blasted into nothingness. Instant kill. Trash, you still want to test me? Wayward snorted disdainfully. Yi Xian was helpless as well. This battle came out of nowhere and ended very quickly. However, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the Death Emperor's descendant's avatar was much stronger than the Black Flame Dragon tribe's patriarch. At the very least, it was at the 4th or 5th stage of the Heavenly Connection realm, or even higher. However, such an existence was still blown away by the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Wayward. He probably won't come again. Absorb the will of death, Wayward suddenly said to Yi Xian. Oh! Yi Xian nodded and immediately used the Eyes of Death to absorb the remaining will of death. At this time, he only felt that it was a pity because there was only a little of the will of death left. Who was that just now? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Holy Land of Death, the successor of the Emperor of Death. Wayward replied. Holy Land of Death, isn't that one of the 4 great holy lands? Yi Xian frowned. Wayward nodded. That's right. Easy already has the ability to pass the tribulation, but has been suppressing it to the peak of LV9 of the Heaven Ascension realm. He must be here for the Penglai Holy Land's Holy Leader token. What about you? Yi Xian asked. I'm not interested in the Holy Leader token. The reason why I can continuously break through is because I was in closed-door cultivation before coming to the Penglai Holy Land. I just suppressed it. If I want to, it won't be a problem for me to continuously break through again, Wayward replied. His mission was to infiltrate the Glazed Knights and investigate the matter of the map. If his realm suddenly increased by too much, it would be a little too high profile. All right. Yi Xian nodded silently. However, at this time, Yi Xian quickly returned to Linfeng City. Suddenly, an old voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. It was the badge's transmission. What's the matter, Head Knight? Yi Xian asked in shock. A big shot wants to see you, Head Knight Mali replied. A big shot? Yi Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. He said, Okay, I'll return immediately. Then, he turned to Wayward and said, Head Knight said a big shot wants to see me. Could it be Fairy Luli? That little girl Luli? Wayward was stunned. He said, Maybe it's her. Let's go back and take a look. After that, they cleaned up the battlefield and directly broke through the void, preparing to return to Tianlang City and then teleport to Linfeng City. Chapter 1620. If you can break through now, then hurry up and break through. Although it's only been a little more than a day, there have been cases in history where one could directly soar by a large realm in a single day. The higher your aptitude, the more attention you will receive. He willfully said to Yi Xian. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but pause. In fact, he wanted to reach the upper limit of killing intent again when his soul reached the 4th stage of the Undying Soul realm. He could reach it 3 times at most in a realm, and he had reached it twice now. One more time and he could strengthen all kinds of bloodlines, which would be very helpful to his strength. However, after hearing Headstrong's words, he felt that it made sense. One devouring point was indeed good, but it was only strengthening bloodlines once. The higher his aptitude, the more valuable treasures he could get. Bloodlines were only secondary, realm was the most important. Okay, I'll break through now. Yi Xian nodded, then directly devoured the heavenly and earthly treasures that he'd hoarded earlier. Ding, host has broken through. Current level is the 5th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Ding, Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Ding, Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Ding, Host has broken through. Current level is the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Ding, Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven Realm. Ding, Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven Realm. Ding, Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is the 2nd stage of the Ascending Heaven Realm. After 20 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's realm soared and directly broke through to the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. The treasures he had obtained through the Platinum level exam were actually not enough to break through to such a high level. At most, he had reached the 7th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, but now, he had reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. Don't forget, he had just exterminated the Black Flame Dragon clan. If it wasn't for the soul seeds and the good things hidden away, he probably could have broken through to the Ascending Heaven Realm directly. You're already at the 9th level of the Undying Soul Realm. Your speed is truly terrifying, Headstrong said with a face full of shock. He had absorbed a large amount of life force in the Life Saint sect, which was why he was able to continuously break through his shackles. However, Yi Xian had actually directly risen from the 4th stage of the Undying Soul Realm to the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm. This was a leap of 5 realms. If others were to know of this, they would probably be scared to death. All right, let's go. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had only been gone for a short while, but he had already jumped 5 levels. If Mali were to find out, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Then, they directly entered Tianlang City and teleported back to Linfeng City. Hua! When they returned to the teleportation palace in Linfeng City, a person came to greet them. Sirs, you're back. A silver knight at the 6th tier of the heaven-reaching realms stepped forward and said respectfully. Although Yi Xian and Headstrong's realms were lower than this silver knight, one of them was a platinum knight, while the other was a gold knight. Their statuses were higher than this silver knight. Before Yi Xian could speak, the silver knight said, "The knight commander and the 5th army commander have gone to Jinwu City for an inspection. I'll have to trouble the 2 sirs to teleport us again." Jinwu City? Hearing this, Yi Xian and Headstrong both raised their eyebrows. Mali had just asked them to return to Linfeng City. Why did he leave again? However, their attention was focused on the words 5th Army Commander. The Glazed Knights were divided into 5 armies. Yi Xian was now part of the 5th Army, and the 5th Army Commander was the Glazed Knight Lin Guangyao. I thought it was a glazed girl. I didn't expect it to be a glazed knight. Headstrong said helplessly. Yi Xian was the same. After a sigh, he said to the Silver Knight, "Help us teleport to Jinwu City." Alright. The Silver Knight nodded and began to operate the teleportation array again. Yi Xian and Headstrong had just joined the Glazed Knights and didn't know much about the cities under their command, so they didn't suspect anything. However, when they arrived at the teleportation array, they discovered that something was wrong. How had Jinwu City been destroyed? Under the coverage of Yi Xian's spiritual awareness, there wasn't a single living person. It was like a dead city. Most importantly, when they landed on the teleportation array, several of its eyes suddenly exploded and self-destructed. Yi Xian's expression immediately changed and he looked at Headstrong. Tis. We fell into a trap. Headstrong immediately reacted and looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the teleportation palace. He grinned. At this time, a man wearing a blood-red robe walked in. Even his hair and eyes were red. His aura was very strong. Even Yi Xian, who had reached the 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm, couldn't see through the other party's depth. 8th stage of the Ascension Realm. You should be a bloodthirsty mad dragon, right? Headstrong said with a smile. Bloodthirsty mad dragon? How could there be a bloodthirsty mad dragon in Jinwu City? At this time, Yi Xian understood. It turned out that the Silver Knight just now was a traitor who had tricked them into coming to Jinwu City. This was a trap. You can actually recognize me. You're quite capable. The man in blood-red robes walked in, then glanced at Yi Xian and said, "The 5 glazed knights of the glazed knights all have outstanding battle strength. They all passed the platinum level exam in one go. I didn't expect that another one would come. I must kill you in the cradle." "You've already set up a space-locking array? Not a bad plan. But with me protecting him, it won't be so easy for you to kill him," Headstrong said calmly. "What right does a 3rd-stage Ascension Realm Gold Knight have to speak in front of me?" The man in blood-red robes snorted coldly and directly attacked, preparing to kill Headstrong. He was going to capture Yi Xian. As for this Gold Knight, he didn't care. Unfortunately, how could he know that Headstrong also had the strength to pass the platinum level exam? "Even if Blood Chuanxiu came, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone you, a mere 8th-stage Ascension Realm warrior?" Headstrong snorted coldly, and his aura surged again. 4th-stage Ascension Realm. 5th-stage Ascension Realm. 6th-stage Ascension Realm. 7th-stage Ascension Realm. 8th-stage Ascension Realm. 9th Peak Ascension Realm. In an instant, Headstrong broke through from 3rd-stage Ascension Realm to 9th Peak Ascension Realm. It only took a moment. When the man in blood-red robes felt this aura, his whole body trembled. How could this be? Before he could react, Headstrong attacked. Swish. A white light directly pierced through the man's head, killing him instantly. Then, the man's soul floated out. At this level of soul, the Void Fire Sword wave couldn't hurt it, so Yi Xian could only watch as Headstrong destroyed the soul. "How did you?" Yi Xian turned his head in shock. Chapter 1621. Then, he willfully took out a white dragon token from his universe ring and handed it over to Yi Xian. "This token is the same as the Night Legion's insignia. You can obtain it from me. I'll go to the Penglai demon race for a stroll." "You haven't told me what map it is?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. "It's called the Sky-Piercing Treasure Map," Capricious replied. "What? The Sky-Piercing Treasure Map?" Yi Xian was shocked. He had obtained one before. "But you've heard of it?" Capricious turned his head strangely. Yi Xian had obtained the Sky-Piercing Treasure Map from the Yin-Yang ancestor. In order to repay old Immortal Tianju's kindness, he gave it to old Immortal Tianju as a reward. He didn't expect it to be so precious. "I've seen it on the Merit Hall's mission list. The Glazed Knights are also looking for it." "What is it?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. He felt that this was no small matter. If he told Capricious about it, what if old Immortal Tianju was unhappy? "The Sky-Piercing Treasure Map. As long as you gather all the pieces, you can find the passage to the Immortal Realm. Do you understand?" Capricious explained. "The passage to the Immortal Realm?" Yi Xian frowned and nodded. So this Sky-Piercing Treasure Map was to find the passage to the Immortal Realm. As long as the passage to the Immortal Realm could be opened, then Ascension Realm cultivators could directly ascend to the Immortal Realm. After all, true immortals were much stronger than rogue immortals. At this time, Capricious put away the bloodthirsty berserk dragon's corpse and said, "I can't hide my cultivation anymore. I'll send you to a nearby city. You can teleport back to Linfeng City. I'll go out and take a look. As for the trap just now, it's up to you." "Okay." Yi Xian nodded and directly passed through the spatial rift that Capricious opened and arrived in front of a city. Now, he was alone again. He originally wanted to rely on Capricious to get a few Devour points, but it seemed that wouldn't work. At that moment, he directly rushed into the city. This city was also guarded by the Glazed Knights. When they felt the aura of the platinum badge on Yi Xian's body, they were all shocked. Very quickly, he teleported back to Linfeng City. However, the Silver Knight from before was nowhere to be seen. "Head Knight, I'm back." Yi Xian transmitted his voice to Mali. "I'm at the Knight's main hall," Mali replied. Yi Xian didn't tell Mali about what happened just now, so the latter didn't know. Yi Xian immediately rushed to the Knight's main hall. When he arrived, he sensed 2 powerful auras inside. One of them belonged to Mali, while the other one was more powerful than Mali, but he was stronger than Mali, Yi Xian walked straight in and performed a knight's salute. Greetings, Knight Commander. The 9th stage of the Undying Soul Realm? How is that possible? When Ma Li saw Yi Xian, he immediately realized this and stood up in shock. I was out on a mission yesterday and happened to obtain a stalk of soul heart grass. Yi Xian casually made up an excuse. Ma Li didn't ask further. He stroked his beard and said, "Not bad, not bad. Not only is your aptitude extremely high, but you also have great luck." At this moment, the other man in silver armor walked over. "I'm the 5th Corps commander, Lin Guangyao." The man in silver armor said with a smile. "Greetings, Corps commander." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The man in front of him was the legendary glazed knight, Lin Guangyao. Although he was also at the peak of Heaven Pass Realm LV9 like Ma Li, his strength was much stronger than Ma Li's. "You're very good. When I heard the news, I wanted to meet you personally." Lin Guangyao said, "After me, you're the 6th genius to pass the platinum test in one go. It's very likely that you'll become the 6th glazed knight in the future." After he finished speaking, he took out a wooden scroll from his interspatial ring and handed it to Yi Xian. "This is the glazed treasured body?" Yi Xian glanced at it and quickly copied it down. The glazed treasured body was the reason why Lin Guangyao was so powerful. However, if he wanted to master it, he would need 500 pieces of each of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As long as you can master the glazed treasured body, you'll become the 6th glazed knight. Here are 1,000 pieces of each element. Take them first. Lin Guangyao took out a big bag, which contained all kinds of glazed treasured bodies. Many people in the glazed knights had already tried to master the glazed treasured body, but they hadn't succeeded. Some people had even spent tens of thousands of glazed treasured bodies. Yi Xian only needed 500 pieces of glazed treasured bodies. It was quite easy. "Thank you, Corps Commander." Yi Xian didn't argue. After thanking him, he put away the glazed treasured bodies. "If you run out of them, you can ask Ma Li for more. As long as you can master it, it's worth it no matter how much you spend. By the way, have you condensed a soul seed?" Lin Guangyao asked. "Well, I accidentally fell 2 years ago. I haven't condensed a soul seed yet." Yi Xian made up an excuse. "If that's the case, try not to go out. There are some spies in the glazed knights from the 3 evil holy lands. They probably already know about you and want to kill you." Lin Guangyao reminded him. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, he decided not to tell Ma Li about what happened just now. He didn't want to arouse Ma Li's suspicion. Then, the 5th Corps commander Lin Guangyao left, leaving Yi Xian and Ma Li behind. "Go back and try it out first. I'll send 2 retainer knights to protect you later," Ma Li said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded and immediately left the knight's main hall. Right now, what he wanted the most was to first master the glazed treasure body. Soon, he returned to his residence and closed the door. Ding! You have successfully mastered the glazed treasured body. The system notified. It only took a moment to master the glazed treasured body. When the system notified him, Yi Xian felt that his physique had increased by 3 times. As long as he succeeded, Yi Xian would not be killed by the spatial crack unless there was a huge gap between their realms. Moreover, the stronger his physique, the higher his chances of surviving the immortal tribulation in the future. Most importantly, the glazed treasured body seemed to be divided into several stages. Currently, Yi Xian had mastered the first stage. As long as he collected a certain amount of glazed treasured body, he could upgrade to the second stage. The glazed treasured body had a total of 9 stages. Yi Xian wondered how strong his physique would be after he reached the 9th stage. There were at least thousands of gold knights and dozens of platinum knights in the glazed knights. Among them, 5 had mastered the glazed treasured body and become glazed knights. Chapter 1622. Forget it, I'll stay here for a few days. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly landed outside his courtyard. Both of them had powerful auras and were gold knights of reaching heaven realm LV7. Yi Xian knew that they were the 2 retainer knights sent by Ma Li. The 2 retainer knights saw that Yi Xian's door was closed, so they didn't disturb him and just waited outside obediently. Yi Xian didn't plan to go out either. Instead, he took out the remaining colored glaze. The glaze was a very peculiar thing. It seemed to be some kind of ore. There were 5 types in total: gold glaze, wood glaze, water glaze, fire glaze, and earth glaze. These things were very valuable, so Yi Xian decided to devour them after thinking about it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Current level is reaching Heaven Realm LV1. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Current level is reaching Heaven Realm LV3. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. Current level is reaching Heaven Realm LV3. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian had finally broken through to reaching Heaven Realm. Because the glaze was in ore, Old Tree was still reaching Heaven Realm LV2. I've finally broken through to reaching Heaven Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. A spatial crack appeared in front of him. The spatial crack wasn't big, so it quickly returned to normal. Previously, Yi Xian had to use the eyes of the void and space to break through the void. Now, he didn't need to. Of course, this didn't mean that the eyes of the void and space were useless. After all, his realm was low, so the distance he could break through the void was smaller than the eyes of the void. The space I could increase the power of tearing through space, so it wasn't bad. With my current bloodline and realm, I should be able to easily challenge those 4 levels above me. With the help of Old Tree and the other 2, it's not impossible for me to challenge those 5 or 6 levels above me. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Of course, if he encountered those geniuses, he probably wouldn't be able to challenge those who were so many levels above him. At this time, he thought of Luoluo. He heard from old immortal Tianju that Luoluo was born in Penglai. Now, I should be strong enough to go to Penglai, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Although old immortal Tianju could guarantee Luoluo's safety, the demon emperor's inheritance had been obtained by someone else. The 3 evil Dao holy grounds were going to find trouble with the Penglai demon race. Who knew what would happen? After all, old immortal Tianju was only the sacred master of the Lu Guang sacred land. As a rogue immortal, he could not attack in the Penglai sacred land. Now that Yi Xian had cultivated the glazed treasure body, he was thinking of leaving Linfeng City in a few days and heading to the Penglai demon race. However, on the 3rd day of his seclusion, something happened in Linfeng City. Rumble! Yi Xian opened his eyes when a series of loud noises came from the sky. What happened? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and walked out of his residence. The 2 retainer knights outside the door didn't know what was going on, because they had been waiting here for 3 days. Yi Xian, there's an enemy attack. Hurry and teleport to the 5th main city. Suddenly, the head knight's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. At the same time, the 2 retainer knights outside the door also received the same news. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Someone was attacking Linfeng City? What a joke! One must know that in Linfeng City, other than the head knight Ma Li, there were several Ascension Realm LV9 experts and 100,000 knights. Who dared to attack? Moreover, there were many cities around Linfeng City. How did the enemy break through the encirclement? Before he could react, Ma Li continued, "Damn it, the teleportation palace was destroyed by a traitor. Hurry and go to the main night hall. There is a hidden teleportation array under the statue. Use your platinum badge to open the mechanism." It seemed that the enemy had come prepared this time. It was just that he didn't know which faction was attacking Linfeng City. The sounds of battle began to ring continuously. Yi Xian looked over and saw a black mass of figures in the distance. So it was the Demonic Dragon Palace. The Demonic Dragon Palace was a faction established by the Giant Dragon Clan after they were expelled from the Penglai Demon Clan. It was very strong. Although there were no rogue immortal experts, there were many Ascension Realm LV9 experts. This time, they had obviously come prepared. They directly transformed into their true forms and acted recklessly in Linfeng City. At the same time, the glazed knights were also orderly. "Sir, let's go quickly," the 2 retainer knights said. In fact, they really wanted to participate in the battle because they were not weak. However, the head knight ordered them to protect Yi Xian, so they had to stay close to Yi Xian. Linfeng City is under attack. How can I retreat? Yi Xian saw that everyone around him was rushing toward the enemy. He directly took out his weapon. However, before they could react, a spatial rift suddenly tore open nearby, and then a few figures flashed out from within it. This is the kid who passed the platinum test at such a young age. If he grows up, he will definitely be a big problem. Kill him. The gazes of the 3 experts at the 8th level of the Heavenly Ascension stage descended onto Yi Xian. The news that Yi Xian passed the platinum test was well known. His portrait naturally fell into the hands of the enemy. Not good. The expression of one of the retainer knights changed greatly. He directly drew a large sword and went to meet them. Another one grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "Sir, let's go." Obviously, Yi Xian had become the target of everyone. Many people wanted to kill him. The 3 experts who broke through space this time were all elders of the demonic dragon palace, Ascension Realm LV8. However, the strength of the glazed knights, gold knights, was not to be underestimated. Although they were 1 realm lower than the enemy and did not have the advantage in terms of numbers, true geniuses could ignore such things. In an instant, the gold knight exchanged blows with the enemy. Although it was 1 against 3, he actually had the upper hand. The glazed knights are indeed extraordinary. One of the enemies sighed and directly transformed into his true form. Although the people of the demon clan could not use their true chi after transforming into their true form, their strength was much stronger. Moreover, they were giant dragons of the demon clan. "You go and help," Yi Xian said to the other person. "No, I will stay and protect, sir." After the other retainer knight finished speaking, he directly broke open a spatial crack leading to the knight main hall. The space in Linfeng City was stable. Originally, it was impossible to break open the void. However, this formation was obviously damaged. Otherwise, how could these 3 experts of the giant dragon clan break through space and come here? Seeing that Yi Xian was still pondering, the retainer knight resisted the urge to forcibly take Yi Xian away and said, "Sir, please teleport to the 5th main city first. Only then can I join the battle." In a battle of this level, if he joined even a second later, a large number of his companions would die. Therefore, his blood was already boiling. Alright. Chapter 1623. Although Yi Xian had a high aptitude, he was only at LV1 of the Ascension Realm. Even with the help of Old Tree and the other 2, he could at most fight with LV6 or 7 of the Ascension Realm. If a LV8 or 9 of the Ascension Realm came, he would be dead meat. It should be known that the experts who came this time were at least LV6 of the Ascension Realm. When necessary, it was better to be a coward. As long as there was life, there was hope. Yi Xian understood this principle. Immediately, he passed through the spatial crack and arrived at the main hall of knights. The spatial crack was repaired. As for the retainer knight, he joined the battle. Just now, the head knight transmitted to him that there was a hidden transmission array under the statue of the main hall of knights. It could lead to the 5th main city, which was the city of Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th army. However, what surprised him was that the statue in the main hall of knights was damaged. The hidden transmission array was also destroyed? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He hurried down to check. As expected, the transmission array was destroyed. Head Knight, this transmission array was also destroyed. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted to Mali. As expected. This time, the enemy came prepared and attacked dozens of major cities at the same time. The 5th main city is in the same situation as us. After Mali finished speaking, he added, "For this battle, we will retreat and fight. You stay in the main hall of knights. But be careful of the others. Don't trust them, even if it's a gold knight." But Yi Xian nodded. Then he summoned Old Tree and the other 2. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Wayward through the White Dragon token. The glazed knights were also attacked? The 3 Holy Lands really went all out this time, Wayward replied. Also, Yi Xian was a little surprised. Tianjue Palace was also attacked. Of course, the main force went to the Prenglai monster tribe to seize the half of the monster emperor's inheritance, Wayward explained. A 3-way attack. This is to prevent the glazed knights and Tianjue Palace from supporting the Prenglai monster tribe? Yi Xian immediately reacted. That's right. However, the three great evil holy lands have miscalculated this time. The Penglai goblin tribe once had a loose immortal. Before the dragon sparrow fairy died, she made the space in the Penglai goblin tribe extremely stable. Now that old immortal Tianju is guarding the Penglai goblin tribe, no one can charge in. After hearing Caprice's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, Luluo was also in the Penglai demon race. Wait there, I'll be right there. Capricious continued. At this time, Yi Xian had already changed his face. Unless he was a member of the Glazed Knights, no one should be able to recognize him. However, at this moment, a few people suddenly rushed into the Knights' main hall. However, the strength of these few people was not very strong. They were merely preparatory knights at the third or fourth stage of the heavenly completion realm. Kill! The leading bronze knight raised his eyebrows and charged forward with his weapon. You recognize me? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He suddenly realized that his disguise was useless. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian had exposed him because he had previously gone with Capricious to exterminate the Black Flame Dragon tribe. Most importantly, he was a Platinum Knight. Even preparatory knights would be able to recognize him. Clearly, these few people were traitors. Kill them all. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Old Tree's trio. There were a total of 5 people. The leader was at the 4th stage of the heavenly completion realm, while the other 4 were at the 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm. If they were regular knights, Yi Xian would be somewhat afraid. However, these were merely preparatory knights at the 3rd and 4th stage of the heavenly completion realm. Although Yi Xian was only at the 1st level of the Heaven Ascension realm, he had already successfully cultivated the glazed treasure body. Even if he was alone, he would be able to fight against these elite knights, not to mention joining hands with Old Shu and the other 2. In less than 3 rounds, the 5 bronze knights were killed by Yi Xian's group. Their souls were also scattered. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Current 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm. These 5 universe rings allowed Old Tree to break through to the 3rd stage of the heavenly completion realm, increasing his strength by a lot. However, in the next moment, a thorny figure appeared. This person was at the 8th stage of the heavenly completion realm, and was also a gold knight. This time, they were in trouble. My apologies, my lord. The gold knight smiled coldly. The head knight, Ma Li, was already being held back by the vice palace master of the demonic dragon palace. The other experts were also unable to free themselves. Who could protect Yi Xian now? However, Yi Xian's expression was very calm. This was because he saw a spatial crack open in front of him. Immediately after, a white-haired youth walked out from it. Peak 9th stage of the heavenly completion realm. Wayward had arrived in time. What? The gold knight was shocked. Wayward's realm was higher than his, and he was also a gold knight. Most importantly, Wayward's face was very unfamiliar to him. There were dozens of platinum knights in the Glazed Knights. In addition, there were hundreds of 9th stage heavenly completion realm gold knights. He knew all of these people. You want to touch him? You're courting death. After Wayward appeared, he did not waste any words and directly attacked. As a former itinerant immortal, Wayward's strength was unquestionable. With just one attack, he finished off the gold knight in front of him. You really came in time. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. If you were dead, who would help me get the heavenly completion treasure map? Wayward smiled and went over to put away the spoils of war. Then he glanced outside. Our main target this time is the Penglai demons, so we're just stalling for time. This battle will probably end soon, Wayward said. Since old immortal Tianju is overseeing the Penglai demons, will there be itinerant immortal experts from the 3 evil holy lands? Yi Xian asked. Wayward shook his head and said, No, but to my surprise, the Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld Holy Land is also here. The Prince of Netherworld? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The Prince of Netherworld status is the same as the successor of the Emperor of Death. But don't worry, the Buddhist Holy Land also sent a bodhisattva. Including me, all 4 holy lands are here, Wayward said. Yi Xian guessed that the Prince of Netherworld and the Bodhisattva were both peak LV9 Heavenly Completion Realm experts and had come for the Holy Leader token. The commotion outside seemed to have died down. Yi Xian could not help but go out to take a look. He said, "The demonic dragon palace seems to be retreating. They must have received news that they can't defeat the Penglai demons, so they're retreating." After Wayward finished speaking, he threw the interspatial ring of the Gold Knight to Yi Xian and said, "You can have it. Your cultivation level is too low. You can't even protect yourself." "Thank you." Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. "As long as you can help me get the Heavenly Completion treasure map, it won't be a problem to push you to the peak LV9 Heavenly Completion realm." Wayward grinned. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the sky. Chapter 1624. Glazed Knights will let you go for now. Let's go. The Vice Palace Master of the Demonic Dragon Palace said a few words before leading the large army away. Both sides had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Of course, the losses of the three evil holy lands were beyond imagination. After all, they didn't know that Elder Immortal Tianju was in the Penglai demon race, nor did they know that the Penglai demon race had a stable space. At this time, Ma Li directly rushed over. He looked at Caprice with a serious expression and said, "Who are you?" Although Headstrong still had the gold badge in his body, he had broken through from the Undying Soul realm to the peak of the Connecting Heaven realm in just a few days. Life Saint Sect Headstrong. After he finished speaking, he transformed into his Platinum Holy Light Dragon form and spoke in human language. The Prince of Netherworld from the Netherworld's Sacred Land, the successor of the Emperor of Death from the Death Sacred Land, and the Arhat from the Buddhist sect are all here. How can I not come? Seeing this, Ma Li was stunned. This was indeed a Platinum Holy Light Dragon. He didn't expect that in addition to the three evil Holy Lands, the people from the four Holy Lands were all here. It seemed that the battle for the Holy Lands would be very fierce. But all in all, Yi Xian was safe, which was a blessing in disguise. "Yi Xian, this place is not complete. The Legion commander just sent a message. Once the teleportation formation is repaired, he will take you to the commander." Ma Li said, "Commander?" After hearing this, Yi Xian and Headstrong couldn't help but look at each other. Wasn't the commander of the Glazed Knights Fairy Lu Li? Okay. Yi Xian nodded immediately. In fact, Ma Li didn't completely trust Yi Xian, so he wanted to hand Yi Xian over to Fairy Lu Li to see if he was sent by the enemy. However, Yi Xian was related to the Life Saint sect, so he shouldn't be a member of the evil faction. No matter what, it was right to hand Yi Xian over to Fairy Lu Li. Although the experts of the Demonic Dragon Palace had retreated, the atmosphere in Linfeng City was still very strange. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ma Li found many traders, including many gold knights. Of course, it was impossible to find all the traders. After all, the Glazed Knights were a mixed group of people. In addition to humans and demons, there were also beasts and other races. Soon, the teleportation array was repaired, and Linfeng City was connected to the fifth main city. Then, Lin Guangyao teleported over. "How are the casualties?" Lin Guangyao immediately asked when he saw Ma Li. "It's not that serious," Ma Li replied. "That's good." Lin Guangyao nodded, and then his gaze fell on Caprice. Seeing this, Ma Li immediately explained, "He's a Platinum Holy Light Dragon, called Capricious." "Why would someone from the Life Saint sect join my Glazed Knights?" Lin Guangyao asked in surprise. "Can't I just come in and have some fun?" He shrugged his shoulders and said, "If it weren't for me today, Yi Xian would be dead. There are quite a few traitors in your Glazed Knights." Although Lin Guangyao was a little unhappy when he heard this, he understood that Capricious was not an ordinary person. Even if he cultivated the Glazed treasure body, he was not confident that he could defeat him. "Yi Xian, come with me to see the commander." Lin Guangyao directly ignored Capricious and said to Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could speak, Capricious interrupted, "Are you going to see your Fairy Lu Li? Bring me along." Lin Guangyao frowned. "I'm familiar with your commander," Capricious said disdainfully. Lin Guangyao narrowed his eyes and then used the badge to transmit his voice. "Bring them over." After receiving this response, Lin Guangyao nodded and then led Yi Xian and Capricious into the teleportation array. They first teleported to the 5th main city, then to the headquarters of the Glazed Knights, the Glazed Holy Mountain. This was the headquarters of the Glazed Knights. There were countless experts here, and Fairy Lu Li also lived here. As soon as Lin Guangyao and the others walked out of the teleportation array, 2 female Golden Knights of Ascension Realm LV9 came up to them. "This way, please." The 2 female knights with hot figures walked in the front, leading Yi Xian and the others into the Glazed Holy Mountain. These 2 female knights wore relatively little armor, and their fair skin was exposed to the air, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. However, they didn't dare to look directly, because these 2 female knights were Fairy Lu Li's disciples, and their status was comparable to that of several legion commanders. Soon, under the guidance of these 2 female knights, Yi Xian and the others entered the Glazed Holy Mountain. After passing through layers of spirit arrays, they arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple. At this time, there was a beautiful figure sitting on the Glazed Holy Temple's main seat. This person was Fairy Lu Li, whom Yi Xian had met once before. She wore a set of pink armor, and her valiant appearance was very different from her appearance that day. When she saw Yi Xian and Capricious behind Lin Guangyao, her expression was slightly surprised. The reason for this change in expression was not because of Capricious, but because of Yi Xian next to Capricious. "Greetings, Commander." Lin Guangyao performed a knight's salute. Fairy Lu Li glanced at him, and then her gaze fell on Yi Xian again, saying, "I didn't expect it to be you." "Greetings, Senior." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted her. Obviously, Fairy Lu Li recognized him. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was surprised. He didn't expect Yi Xian to know Fairy Lu Li. How was this possible? 2 years ago, you didn't even reach the manifestation realm, but 2 years later, you actually broke through to the connecting heaven realm. I'm afraid even a true immortal can't compare to you. Fairy Lu Li couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this kid's cultivation speed is even inferior to my Life Holy Sect's chief disciple. This kid joined your Glazed Knights because of me. How about it? Shouldn't you thank me? Capricious directly found a seat and sat down, as if the Glazed Knights were his home. The grievances between you and me have been written off. What are you doing here? Fairy Lu Li coldly snorted. Tisich, if you didn't beat me back to my original form, I'm afraid I would have passed the first itinerant immortal tribulation. However, I have to thank you. If not, I wouldn't have been able to compete for the Holy Leader token, Capricious said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao was shocked again. 1 itinerant immortal tribulation? This Capricious was actually an itinerant immortal before. The peak of the connecting heaven realm's 9th layer was the immortal tribulation. If the immortal world's passage wasn't closed, one would become an immortal after passing the immortal tribulation and could ascend to the immortal tribulation. However, the passage was closed, so one could only become an itinerant immortal after passing the immortal tribulation. Once one became an itinerant immortal, there would be an itinerant immortal tribulation every 1,000 years. It didn't have to be a peak first tribulation itinerant immortal. Of course, the stronger one was, the higher the success rate of passing the tribulation. Capricious wanted to pass an itinerant immortal tribulation, which meant that he was a first tribulation itinerant immortal before, and after passing it, he would become a second tribulation itinerant immortal. Humph, it's not that easy for you to get the Holy Leader token. Fairy Lu Li didn't care about Capricious. But Headstrong suddenly slapped the chair and stood up, saying, I think you should also know that other than the 3 evil Holy Lands, the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land have also sent experts over. Although you have the help of the Buddhist Holy Land's Buddhist Holy Land, don't forget that the Penglai Goblin Clan and the Heaven End Palace also want this Holy Master token. Chapter 1625. How about you marry me? I can represent the Life Holy Land and stand on your side. Hearing these words, the other 3 people in the Night Temple were all shocked, as if they had misheard. Willful wanted Fairy Lu Li to marry him? What wishful thinking! Fairy Lu Li coldly snorted. That's not necessarily true. If not for the previous incident, no one would have known that Taoist Ling Xiao of the Buddhist Holy Land had such a beautiful daughter. So, my father proposed marriage to him and guess what? Capricious suddenly revealed a crafty look, his eyes somewhat wretchedly looking at Fairy Lu Li. That's impossible. Hearing this, Fairy Lu Li immediately became anxious. She had never heard of such a thing. Little girl, you will be my Ren family's daughter-in-law sooner or later. You better compromise, or you won't get the Holy Master Badge. Willful sat back down. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Fairy Lu Li calmed down. In that case, let's see who's the real deal. You may not know, but my life holy sect's chief disciple is already on his way. When the time comes, he will join hands with me. Your chances of getting the Holy Master Badge will be less than 10%. Willful reminded. The competition for the Holy Master Badge of the Penglai Holy Land was very fierce. Apart from the 3 evil Holy Lands, the Life Holy Land, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Death Holy Land, and the Netherworld Holy Land had all sent people. Not only that, but the Penglai monster race and Tianju Palace were also united. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for Fairy Lu Li to get the Holy Master Badge. Originally, Willful didn't want to fight for the Holy Master Badge, but he suddenly thought of something. He could use the Holy Master Badge to exchange for the Sky Connecting Treasure Map. Fairy Lu Li would definitely agree to this deal. Hearing the conversation between Willful and Fairy Lu Li, Lin Guangyao also broke out in cold sweat, not daring to interrupt. At this time, Fairy Lu Li suddenly said, Yi Xian, you've cultivated the colored glass treasured body? Yi Xian nodded. Lin Guangyao's expression changed, and he said in shock, how is that possible? It had only been 3 days since he gave Yi Xian the colored glaze treasured body, but Yi Xian had already mastered the colored glaze treasured body. How was this possible? Breaking through to the connecting heaven realm in 2 years is already a miracle. It's also reasonable for you to cultivate the colored glaze treasured body in 3 days, Fairy Lu Li said calmly. After her reminder, Lin Guangyao also felt that it made sense. Just now, when Fairy Lu Li was arguing with Headstrong, she had neglected Yi Xian. Only now did Fairy Lu Li discover this point. Headstrong had also heard of the strength of the glazed treasure body, but it was nothing to him. After all, his body was also very strong, and it was not any weaker than the glazed treasure body. Looking at Yi Xian, Fairy Lu Li suddenly had a plan in her mind, but before she could open her mouth, a female knight who was waiting outside the door came in. Master, there is a person called Yin waiting outside the colored glass sacred mountain. The female knight said. A single thought. This name had appeared just now. It was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's holy land. Let him in. Hearing this name, Fairy Lu Li's cold face could not help but smile. Oh, this little monk came at the right time. Headstrong said in surprise. Soon, the female knight who had just left came in with a somewhat handsome bald young man. This bald young man was the Arhat of the Buddhist sect's holy land Yin. He was wearing a golden kasaya, with one hand clasped together and the other holding a demon-subduing pestle. Greetings, senior sister. After seeing Fairy Lu Li, Yin nodded slightly. In the Buddhist sect's holy land, there were 2 branches of Buddhism and Taoism. The Buddhist branch was led by the Buddhist Supreme, and the Taoist branch was led by Taoist Ling Shao. However, the 2 branches had a good relationship, so Yin called Fairy Lu Li senior sister. Junior brother, this time I have to trouble you. After glancing at Headstrong, Fairy Lu Li said to Yin, quite a handsome little monk. Why did you become a monk? Headstrong touched his handsome white hair, fantasizing in his heart that if he became bald, would he also be so handsome? Shut up. Fairy Lu Li snorted coldly. This was her territory, and Headstrong treated it as his own home and sat down casually, but now he even ridiculed her junior brother. She obviously couldn't stand it. Greetings, senior. The one-thought monk sensed the life aura in Headstrong's body and immediately recognized him. I heard you have only cultivated for 300 years. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in joining my life holy sect? I have many beauties there. You can take whichever one you like. If you dual cultivate, your cultivation speed might be faster. Headstrong said with a smile that was not a smile. This time, Fairy Lu Li was completely furious. White Hair Dragon, If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being impolite. Right now, you only have Lin Guangyao and Yin Yan to fight. Who are you trying to scare? After Headstrong said that, he couldn't help but glance at Fairy Luli. Seeing that Fairy Luli seemed to be really angry, he shrugged and said, "Forget it, I won't lower myself to the same level as a woman. Anyway, you will be my Rin family's daughter-in-law sooner or later." In the Penglai Holy Land, loose immortals were not allowed to fight, so Fairy Luli really couldn't do anything to Headstrong. After all, Headstrong was once a loose immortal expert. Even if Lin Guangyao and the One-Thought Monk worked together, they probably would not be his opponent. Lin Guangyao, arrange a place for him to stay. Fairy Luli said to Lin Guangyao. No need. The chief disciple of my life holy sect is also here. Fairy Luli. Headstrong suddenly stood up. After glancing at Yi Xian, he directly left the colored glaze holy land. It had to be said that obtaining a holy leader's token really was not easy. On the life holy sect's side, there was Headstrong's platinum dragon and chief disciple. On the Holy Land of Death side, there was the successor of the Holy Land of Death. The Netherworld Holy Land also had a prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Penglai demon race and Heaven End Palace working together was not just for show. It was basically impossible to steal a holy leader's token from these forces. After all, there were just too many experts. Right now, Fairy Luli was wondering whether she should ask her father to send some people over. However, after thinking about it, she decided to give up on this idea. Inyuan, take your martial uncle to rest. Lin Guangyao, you can go back to your work too. Fairy Luli said to the two of them. A female knight answered, then left with the One-Thought Monk. He still had matters to attend to in the 5th main city, so Lin Guangyao also took his leave first. Afterwards, only Fairy Luli and Yi Xian were left in the colored glaze holy temple. Was it that white dragon who asked you to join the Glazed Knights? Fairy Luli asked straightforwardly. Sort of. Yi Xian nodded. Since Headstrong had already been exposed, he did not hide anything. Chapter 1626. Fairy Luli slowly walked down the stairs and said, I also want to get the Holy Lord token, but I can't do it myself, and the people sent by the various forces are not weak. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the Holy Lord token. So, I just want to ask you one thing. Are you sure you can improve your cultivation in a short time and then help me? After hearing Fairy Luli's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and said, That depends on what price Senior is willing to pay. Whatever you want, just say it. Fairy Luli said generously. In this regard, Yi Xian did not immediately answer, but asked, When will the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance appear? Based on the speed of the Demon Emperor's heir, it will take at least 3 days, and at most half a month, Fairy Luli replied. At the same time, she had to admit that the Demon Emperor's heir's talent was a bit strong. Even if half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was refined by a loose immortal, it would not be so fast. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. The more urgent the time was, the more Fairy Luli would pay attention to it, so he could ask for an exorbitant price. Although Fairy Luli could not do it, she was still a loose immortal and the youngest daughter of the Buddhist sect's Holy Land Taoist Ling Shao. Her background was not small. Then, her wealth was probably beyond imagination. Immediately, he made a list of what he needed, which was similar to the things he swallowed. Fire attribute heaven and earth treasures, strange flames, ores, and so on, but there was also the 5 attributes Luli, because he wanted to cultivate the Luli treasure body. I have a way to refine heaven and earth treasures in a short time and improve my cultivation. After Yi Xian finished, he paused and said, However, this is only one of the conditions. I have another condition. What condition? Fairy Luli asked. Yi Xian said without thinking, Willful said you have a sky-piercing treasure map, so I want to see it. His mission was not to obtain the sky-bearing treasure map, but to confirm whether Fairy Luli had the sky-bearing treasure map. As long as it was confirmed, his mission would be considered complete. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Fairy Luli's face suddenly turned cold. She didn't expect that in addition to being interested in the Holy Master token, this willful fellow was also coveting her heavenly treasure map. Although he didn't know where Caprice got this information, it wasn't important. Just a glance? Fairy Lu Li asked in surprise. Yes, I just want to take a look. Senior, just hold it in your hand. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Fairy Lu Li was silent. She didn't know what kind of trick Yi Xian was playing. Even if she really gave the heaven-reaching treasure map to Yi Xian, given his cultivation level of heaven-reaching realm tier 1, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take it away. Moreover, she would be the one holding the map. All right, I promise you. Fairy Lu Li responded with a sentence. In any case, she wouldn't be in any danger in this little holy land. After all, even loose immortals couldn't make a move, so who could snatch the heaven-reaching treasure map from her hands? Immediately, she took out a sheepskin scroll from her universe ring and opened it. As soon as I close this scroll, I will instantly forget the things on this scroll. Moreover, you don't know whether it's real or not, Fairy Lu Li said to Yi Xian. However, how could he know that Yi Xian had such a heaven-defying thing? Ding! Copy of the first heaven-reaching treasure map completed. After hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh inwardly. The heaven-reaching treasure map that he gave old immortal Tianju had already been copied by him. That was the second heaven-reaching treasure map. And the one in front of him now was the first heaven-reaching treasure map. The system's notification meant that the heaven-reaching treasure map was real. Since it was confirmed, his task could be considered completed. He hurriedly passed this information to Caprice. Very good, I will quickly ask my father to send a betrothal gift to Taoist Ling Xiao. Caprice sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little confused and asked directly, it's just a heaven-reaching treasure map. What's the use of it? At present, the heaven-reaching treasure map has no other use, but whoever has the heaven-reaching treasure map has the right to speak. Caprice replied. In this regard, Yi Xian was too lazy to care. Anyway, his task could be considered completed. Senior, this junior has seen enough. Yi Xian said to Fairy Lu Li. Hearing this, Fairy Lu Li quickly closed the heaven-reaching treasure map and then put it back into her universe ring. At this time, she had already reacted and asked, this is what the white-haired dragon asked you to confirm, right? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Although the heaven-reaching treasure map had been copied, it couldn't be copied. It could only be looked at, which was useless. Fairy Lu Li was very displeased. Originally, her father didn't know about the heaven-reaching treasure map, but now, she could only take the initiative to report it, lest Caprice beat her to it. What Caprice said was indeed the truth, and Fairy Lu Li had already confirmed it from her father. Although the betrothal gifts had not been given, Taoist Ling Xiao had really agreed. This toad, I'll beat you back to your original form later. Fairy Lu Li said in her heart, then her gaze fell on Yi Xian again. I'll have someone send those things to you later. However, if you use ordinary glass to cultivate the treasure body of colored glass, you can only cultivate to the 6th level. After that, you will need to use supreme-grade treasures, which I don't have now. Yi Xian nodded slightly, indifferent to this. Then, another female knight led him out of the colored glass holy temple and arranged a place for him to stay. Now, all he had to do was wait quietly for the big gift package to be delivered. TSK, it hasn't been long since I came to the Penglai Demon Clan, but I've already improved so quickly. Once my realm increases, the successor of the Emperor of Death and the Prince of Netherworld will have to scram. Yi Xian was very excited at this moment. Soon, the female knight returned with a universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. After Yi Xian checked the universe ring, he couldn't help but shudder. The things in this universe ring were simply beyond his imagination. However, he didn't devour them immediately, because he still had to plan. In the Penglai Divine Land, itinerant immortal experts generally wouldn't make a move. Once they did, they would definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao, which would result in serious injuries or death. As such, the fight for the Divine Leader's token this time mainly relied on experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension Realm. The successor of the Emperor of Death, the Prince of Netherworld, the Monk One Thought, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon Caprice all had the strength to pass the tribulation, but they suppressed it to the peak of the 9th level of the Ascension Realm, so their battle strength was very strong. Chapter 1627. Although Fairy Luli asked for Yi Xian's help, if he obtained the Sacred Leader token, wouldn't Fairy Luli owe him a favor? Itinerant immortals can't take action, but I wonder if Wei Zhentian can, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the old tree was extremely suitable for snatching the Sacred Leader token, so he was a little hesitant. If he broke through to Ascension Realm Level 9, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian would all become itinerant immortals. If he changed the distribution method, then he could have one itinerant immortal battle force, and the other two could stay at Ascension Realm Level 9. Alright, that's it. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian made a decision and began to devour the fire attribute treasures, as well as the corpses of the Ascension beasts. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 2. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 4. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 3. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 5. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 4. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 6. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 5. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 7. Ding. Host has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 6. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is Ascension Realm Level 9. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's plan was to first push the old tree to the peak of Ascension Realm Level 9. That way, the old tree would no longer have any restrictions. Then she would devour ores and the like to level up, because this way, the old tree would not gain any experience points. However, at this moment, ding. Host has devoured the 9-dragon thunder flame. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has mutated. Spirit of Ashes has mutated into Ashes of Thunder Fire. These two system notifications caught Yi Xian off guard. There were many ways to upgrade the old tree. For example, the corpse of a heavenly beast, a heavenly treasure of the fire attribute, or even a heavenly flame. There was a dragon-shaped heavenly flame in the interspatial ring. It was the 9-dragon thunder flame, ranked 3rd on the heavenly flame list. It was this 9-dragon thunder flame that caused the old tree to mutate. F***CK, what a pleasant surprise. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly checked the new attributes of the old tree. Spirit of Ashes' name had been changed to Ember of Thunderfire, and the 3 skills of the old tree had all changed. The Flaming Sun Rope turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Astral Chain, the Blazing Fire Dome turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire Dome, and the remaining flames turned into the 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Apart from that, there was also another big move, 9 Dragons Sky Roaring Strike. This move had a cooldown of 1 day. I've made a profit, I've made a huge profit. Yi Xian's eyes flickered with excitement. He originally only wanted the old tree to be upgraded to Heaven Ascension Stage 9, but he didn't expect such a surprise. He immediately ordered the old tree to fight the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian in the planting space. Remnant Flame could originally split into 2 clones, but this new 9 Dragons Thunder Flash allowed him to create 9 clones. This could confuse others, and at the same time, increase his speed and range. The first attack power had also increased from 30% to 50%. Most importantly, the old tree's attack was mixed with the lightning attribute, which had a paralyzing effect. He only needed 1 punch to turn the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian into pieces. Of course, the old tree was currently in Heaven Ascension Stage 9, 6 levels higher than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. It was normal for him to kill them instantly. As the other 3 skills all had cooldowns, Yi Xian didn't let the old tree use them for the time being. Previously, the old tree had always been 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. Now that he had poured all his resources into him, he was 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Yi Xian and the old tree had a contract that guaranteed their levels. Therefore, the old tree's level wouldn't be lower than Yi Xian, but it also wouldn't exceed Yi Xian by 3 levels. As long as Yi Xian didn't break through to Heaven Ascension Stage 7, the old tree would at most be at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, and wouldn't break through to loose immortal. Therefore, Xian once again devoured some fire attribute heavenly treasures, and the old tree successfully broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After all, he had more than doubled his growth. At this time, Xian was only in the middle of Heaven Ascension Stage 6. Haha, I didn't expect this old man to reach the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Truly unexpected. The old tree was even more excited than Xian. Thinking back, he was only a wish-fulfillment realm devil tree battle soldier. After following Xian, he broke through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage. Then, the next step would be to become a loose immortal. Old tree, I'm going to snatch that holy leader token, so don't undergo your tribulation for now, Xian quickly reminded. No problem, I'll definitely get that holy leader token. The old tree was full of confidence. After all, he was now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Even facing Lin Guangyao, who had the colored glazed treasure body, the old tree was confident that he could send him flying with a punch. The first step had been completed, so the next step was the second. Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, it's your turn now. After saying this, Xian began to devour the ores and weapons. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 7. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 4. Ding! Host has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 8. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current Heaven Ascension Stage 9. After Xian devoured a large amount of ores and materials, Wei Zhentian and Ghost Dome Great Emperor had finally reached the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. At this moment, Xian was thinking whether to continue devouring. The peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9 was just a step away from becoming a rogue immortal. He just didn't know if Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian could successfully break through to the rogue immortal realm. Old Tree is now at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian are also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. If the three of them help me, the others won't be able to defeat me. Xian thought inwardly. However, he was still hesitating. He wanted Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian to break through directly because Wei Zhentian was a weapon. He didn't know if weapons would be punished by the heavens if they attacked in Penglai Divine Land. It's better to be cautious. I'll let them stay at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Xian decided to give up. Anyway, with the strength of the four of them, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Penglai Divine Land. As long as the rogue immortals didn't interfere, they were almost invincible. Although Xian hadn't reached Heaven Ascension Stage 9 yet, he didn't care. With his current strength, he had the confidence to fight alone. Chapter 1628. In the planting space, the mutated old tree was already fighting with the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. One had to admit that the mutated old tree was extremely powerful. He had no problem fighting against two opponents at the same time. Previously, he was only stronger than Wei Zhentian and weaker than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor when they were at the same level. Now, he was even stronger than the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian combined. Try this. The old tree looked at the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian who were charging towards him. Suddenly, he threw out 9 lightning fire chains. This was the Lightning Fire Ember's new skill, the 9-Dragon Lightning Chain. There was a total of 9 chains that were locked onto the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The two of them couldn't break free in a short time. The 9-Dragon Lightning Chain had a paralyzing effect, but it didn't have much effect on the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree suddenly turned into 9 dragon shadows and charged towards the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Rumble! The 9 dragon shadows hit the Ghost Dome Great Emperor. Immediately, the sky was filled with lightning, followed by a loud rumbling sound. This was considered one of the old tree's ultimate moves. The power of this attack wasn't small. Even Wei Zhentian and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor couldn't block it completely. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is revived. There was a difference between the Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian. The latter was made of metal while the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was just a skeleton under the armor. Under the 9-Dragon Sky Roaring Strike, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor was killed instantly. Of course, if that attack had landed on Wei Zhentian, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it. That 9-Dragon Lightning Flame is really a blessing. Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. The old tree had devoured at least 40 types of mysterious flames. However, none of them could make him mutate. Coincidentally, Fairy Lu Li gave him a 9-Dragon Lightning Flame. He was really lucky. If that wasn't the case, the old tree would still be the Spirit of Ash, and its combat power would only be slightly stronger than Wei Zhentian. With these 3 great generals present, it could be said that Yi Xian was determined to obtain this Holy Lord Command token. Unfortunately, he had already promised Fairy Lu Li, otherwise, he would have definitely taken this Holy Lord Command token for himself. Very quickly, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Yi Xian did not step out of the house. Otherwise, he might scare Fairy Lu Li to death. Breaking through from the 1st tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm in a single day was too terrifying. Although this was also the case for willfulness, he had once secluded himself in the Life Saint sect. He had merely suppressed his cultivation. As for Yi Xian, he had truly broken through. Yi Xian, how's your cultivation coming along? At noon on the 3rd day, Fairy Lu Li couldn't help but ask about the situation. Don't worry. I will definitely get the Holy Leader's token this time. Yi Xian did not directly say that he had broken through to the 8th tier of the Heavenly Ascension state. All right. When Fairy Lu Li heard this, she was overjoyed. However, she did not disturb Yi Xian. After all, this period of time was very crucial. Time passed little by little. The outside world was calm and peaceful. However, on the 7th day, Yi Xian, just now the Penglai demon tribe sent news that the Demon Emperor's successor has successfully refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Tomorrow we will head directly to the Penglai demon tribe. Fairy Lu Li transmitted to Yi Xian. Have we arrived? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance was not bad, compared to the Holy Leader's token, it was a little insignificant. Although the Glazed Knights also had their eyes on this Holy Leader's token, they knew that no matter who the Holy Leader's token fell into, it could not fall into the hands of the Evil Dao Holy Ground. Otherwise, when the Evil Dao Holy Ground's rogue immortals refined the Holy Leader's token, the Penglai Holy Ground's forces would be massacred. After all, the rogue immortals who refined the Holy Leader's token could fight in the Penglai Holy Ground without being punished by the Heavenly Dao. At that time, who would be able to fight against them? How's your cultivation going now? Fairy Lu Li asked curiously. Ascension Realm LV8. Yi Xian replied. What? This answer shocked Fairy Lu Li. Sure enough, she had not misjudged him. In just 7 days, Yi Xian had broken through from Ascension Realm LV1 to Ascension Realm LV8. It was simply inconceivable. If she had not seen Yi Xian before, she would have thought that he was the reincarnation of an immortal. Come to the Glazed Holy Temple. Fairy Lu Li said to Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian headed to the Glazed Holy Temple. He knew that Fairy Lu Li wanted to see his realm with her own eyes. When he arrived, he found that there were already 3 people sitting inside. One of them was Fairy Lu Li, while the other 2 were one thought monk from the Buddhist Holy Ground and Lin Guangyao, the commander of the 5th Army. In fact, before Yi Xian arrived at the Glazed Holy Temple, the 3 of them had already felt the aura in Yi Xian's body. Ascension Realm LV8. Sure enough, he was Ascension Realm LV8. The 3 of them had already widened their eyes in shock. Moreover, Fairy Lu Li also sensed that Yi Xian had already cultivated the glazed treasure body to the 6th stage, the same as Lin Guangyao. It's truly inconceivable. He actually broke through to Ascension Realm LV8. Lin Guangyao said in disbelief. Could this benefactor be the reincarnation of an immortal, but his inherited memories have yet to awaken? One thought monk could not help but ask. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Yi Xian greeted them respectfully. Not even 100 years old, yet you've cultivated to such a level. Even the Life Saint Sects sect master cannot compare to your talent. Fairy Lu Li also sighed in amazement. The Life Saint Sects sect master had only spent 200 years to become a loose immortal. This was a legend. In this world, only Yi Xian could compare to him. However, so what if his talent was good? It could not help with the current situation. Yi Xian, you and Yin Yuan will fight. Fairy Lu Li suddenly said. Afterwards, a female knight rushed into the glazed holy temple. She was Fairy Lu Li's eldest disciple, a gold knight at Ascension Realm LV9. Testing my strength? Fine. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He turned around and looked at the hot female knight in front of him. Fairy Lu Li had paid a great price to push him to his current realm. If his battle prowess was insufficient, he would not be able to participate in the upcoming battle for the Holy Lord's token. Therefore, Yi Xian had to defeat this Yin Yuan. Come. Yi Xian clenched his fists and said to Yin Yuan, "Excuse me." After Yin Yuan let out a low shout, her aura immediately increased by several times. She directly charged towards Yi Xian with her bare hands. Yin Yuan did not use any ability with this punch, but it tore open a long spatial crack. Even without the spatial crack, this punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary Ascension Realm LV9 martial artist. This was the strength of a genius. Chapter 1629. Bang! Yi Xian casually threw out a punch, which collided with Yin Yuan's delicate fist. When the two true qis collided, a shockwave immediately swept out. At this moment, Yi Xian's fist seemed to have hit a piece of tofu. After all, his current physique was more than 100 times stronger than before. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yin Yuan's arm was fractured, and she was blasted out of the lapis lazuli holy temple. Challenging someone of a higher rank, victory. Yin Yuan, who was sent flying by Yi Xian, opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated. However, this was not the end. Bang! Yin Yuan quickly stabilized her body, and then rushed toward Yi Xian again. This time, she used her left hand. Heaven-piercing magic, lapis gold-shattering fist. This move could be considered her strongest attack. However, Yi Xian also knew how to use it. Ding! Lapis gold-shattering fist copied successfully. The moment Yi Xian made his move, Fairy Lu Li was shocked again. This was because she didn't teach Yi Xian this magic. How did Yi Xian learn it? This brat was indeed extraordinary. Boom! This time, there was no suspense. Yin Yuan was sent flying again. Her left hand was even more miserable than her right hand. All the bones were shattered and blood flowed out. It had to be said that Yi Xian really didn't know how to show mercy to women. With just 2 punches, he had crippled this hot female knight. However, this kind of injury was nothing to an expert of reaching Heaven Realm LV9. He could recover quickly. Not bad. A mere reaching Heaven Realm LV8 easily defeated Yin Yuan. Your strength is not bad. However, Yin Yuan's strength is at most on par with Commander Ma Li. If you want to participate in the next battle, you are not qualified. Fairy Lu Li said to Yi Xian. In that case, please enlighten me, Legion Commander. Yi Xian suddenly turned around and cupped his fist toward Lin Guangyao. If he wanted to gain Fairy Lu Li's approval, he could only fight with Lin Guangyao. Good. Hearing this, Lin Guangyao immediately shouted and stood up. Currently, in the Glazed Knights, apart from Fairy Lu Li and the 4 loose immortal rank commanders, there was no one else who could match them. As long as Yi Xian was qualified to fight him, the Glazed Knights would have one more powerful helper. Although Lin Guangyao was a realm higher than Yi Xian, he didn't dare to be careless when he saw how confident Yi Xian was. Yi Xian, come on. Lin Guangyao clenched his fists and said to Yi Xian, all right. Without saying a word, Yi Xian turned into a shadow and rushed towards Lin Guangyao. This speed was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. One had to know that Yi Xian's shadow steps had been upgraded to 1000 Extinction Flash and could be used in battle. This was a very practical skill. Although it consumed a lot of vital qi, he still had the immortal Phoenix bloodline to support it. This consumption could be recovered in an instant. Glazed gold shattering fist. This punch had already torn a long crack in space. Together with the glazed treasure body, its power was enormous. In addition, Yi Xian had the ultimate realm. Even if he used his fists, his attack power would be doubled. Facing this punch, Lin Guangyao's expression turned solemn. Then, he stomped his foot forward and collided with Yi Xian. Bang! A loud sound spread in the glazed holy temple. Yi Xian and Lin Guangyao's fists collided. On the surface, the two of them were evenly matched. But don't forget that Yi Xian had Unicorn's vital qi, which had the effect of burning everything in the world. The next moment, Lin Guangyao's right fist caught fire. What? Lin Guangyao was shocked and quickly extinguished the flames with his vital qi. Fortunately, he also had the glazed treasure body. Otherwise, this fist would have burned his bones. This time, Lin Guangyao had to show his true strength. Glazed suppression sky ring. The vital qi in Lin Guangyao's body quickly circulated and suddenly gushed out. 5 types of light illuminated the entire glazed holy temple. This vital qi shook Yi Xian's body at lightning speed. Yi Xian only felt a pain in his chest and was sent flying. In terms of magical powers, he was weaker, but in the next moment, he made up for this gap. Ding! Glazed suppression sky ring copied successfully. Just as this system notification sounded, Lin Guangyao attacked again. This time, a large saber on the back of a tiger appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed at Yi Xian, who was sent flying. Since the opponent had already revealed his weapon, Yi Xian couldn't hold back. Wei Zhentian, come. Yi Xian directly took out the Skyquake sword. He hadn't fought side by side with Wei Zhentian for a long time. This slash was Lin Guangyao's strongest attack. If he couldn't block it, his entire body would be cut in half. However, the glazed gold shattering fist wasn't his strongest attack. Sky-piercing mystique, nihility flame sword wave. 2 cold lights flashed, and 2 spatial cracks intersected. With a bang, Lin Guangyao's slash was directly shattered by the nihility flame sword wave. Although the ultimate realm allowed Yi Xian to be proficient in any weapon, he was still used to using swords. After all, the nihility flame sword wave was exchanged for with 2 Devourer points. Moreover, he had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline to increase his flame attack. If this attack couldn't destroy Lin Guangyao's saber light, then it would be too wrong. This attack was beyond Lin Guangyao's imagination. Even Glazed Fairy didn't expect it. However, it wasn't that easy to kill a Glazed Knight. Glazed Suppression Sky Triple Chain. Lin Guangyao used all his strength to perform this move. After all, Yi Xian's Nihility Flame Sword Wave had clashed with the Saber Light once. After the triple chain shock, the power that fell on Lin Guangyao was not that great. Even so, this Nihility Flame Sword Wave had directly injured Lin Guangyao, who had cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body Stage 6. If they continued to fight, Lin Guangyao would definitely lose. This attack had already determined the winner, so Glazed Fairy said, "That's enough, stop." There were more important things to do next. It wouldn't be good if he was injured here. If we continue to fight, I don't think I'm your match. You should still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? Lin Guangyao quickly healed his injuries and said to Yi Xian, "Yes." Yi Xian nodded without any modesty. He had many trump cards. The Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Any one of them could probably fight with Lin Guangyao. In addition, he still had the Slaughter Mark skill that he hadn't used, and he didn't use the Blade Storm skill. With this strength, he could probably fight with a rogue immortal, let alone Lin Guangyao. "Very good, I didn't misjudge you." Glazed Fairy's cold face couldn't help but reveal a smile. She said, "But you're only at Ascension Stage 8 now. Can you still improve?" Chapter 1630. The heavenly treasures that Fairy Lu Li gave Yi Xian were enough to create several peak Ascension Stage LV9 experts. Now, if she wanted to raise him from Ascension Stage LV8 to peak Ascension Stage LV9, she would need several times more heavenly treasures than before. However, he knew that Fairy Lu Li would be willing to part with them. "Okay, I'll give them to you." Fairy Lu Li gritted her teeth and threw out several rare treasures from her Cosmos ring. These were priceless treasures that even Lin Guangyao would be envious of. This time, Fairy Lu Li really put in a lot of effort. This time, I'm betting on you. If you fail, you have to pay me back 10 times. Fairy Lu Li suddenly said stingily. Okay. Yi Xian didn't bargain. He could easily defeat Lin Guangyao now, so his strength was probably at the top. If he broke through again, who could fight him? Don't be careless. Although your strength is above Lin Guangyao, there's still a gap between you and those top geniuses. Those people have the ability to pass the immortal tribulation, but they've been suppressing their realms. Their cultivation is extremely terrifying, even comparable to loose immortals. You have to pay special attention to the two troublesome people from the Holy Land of Death and the Holy Land of Nether, Fairy Lu Li reminded. Although Lin Guangyao was peak ascension stage LV9, his cultivation time was too short, and the three evil Holy Lands probably sent out 10,000-year-old monsters. If one really wanted to compare, Lin Guangyao's strength could only be ranked in the third tier. The second tier were those who had lived for a long time, such as the three evil Holy Lands experts. As for the first tier, it was Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious, Death Emperor's successor Jin, Prince of Netherworld, and so on. Although they weren't as old as the second tier, they had great backgrounds and weren't easy to deal with. For example, Platinum Holy Light Dragon Capricious. If he hadn't been beaten back to his original form, he would be a loose immortal expert. Although these people were troublesome, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. After all, he had a few helpers. When he used his ultimate move, even a loose immortal would be defeated. He had surpassed Lin Guangyao before breaking through, and was probably in the second tier. If he broke through to Ascension Stage LV9, he would definitely be in the first tier. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now in Heaven Ascension Stage LV9. In an instant, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. Ding! The host has reached the peak of Connecting Heaven State Level 9. Ding! Host has met the Immortal Tribulation requirements. Ding! The current success rate of the host's tribulation is 95%. Another 3 system notifications rang out. 95% was already a very high success rate. Yi Xian estimated that as long as his 3 doppelgangers fused together and increased his strength by 20%, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. However, even after successfully passing the tribulation, he still couldn't ascend to the immortal world because the passageway to the immortal world was closed. However, most of them had to start cultivating as itinerant immortals. Right now, there were still important matters to attend to. Thus, Yi Xian would not choose to undergo tribulation. He would first obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. He actually broke through from LV8 to the peak of LV9 in an instant. Truly, Fairy Lu Li and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. With your current realm, I'm afraid I can't even take a punch from you. Lin Guangyao said self-deprecatingly. He knew that Yi Xian's current strength should be in the first tier. He wasn't someone that he, who was in the third tier, could fight. Very good. With your help, the Glazed Knights have the ability to fight the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld Holy Land, Fairy Lu Li said to Yi Xian. Senior, don't worry. I have an 80% chance of obtaining the Holy Leader Medallion. Yi Xian said confidently. Good. Fairy Lu Li was very satisfied. Next, it would depend on whether Yi Xian could really obtain the Holy Leader Medallion. The next day, they would head to Penglai to discuss the battle plan. At that time, they would discuss how to deal with the evil Holy Land. Very soon a day had passed. The Glazed Knights had a teleportation array that led directly to Penglai. It was very convenient. The next day, Fairy Lu Li brought Lin Guangyao, Monk One Thought, and Yi Xian to Penglai. The teleportation array began to operate. Yi Xian was a little excited because Luo Luo was born in Penglai. However, she had just been born and hadn't unlocked her inherited memories. She probably wouldn't recognize him. At this time, the vision in front of him shook. Yi Xian's senses suddenly became stronger. Although Luo Luo was reborn, she still had a connection with Yi Xian. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that Luo Luo was in the north. The distance was very close. However, there was already a group of demons waiting at the teleportation palace. "Greetings, Fairy Lu Li." An old man came up and said, "I'm Yao Shan. I've been waiting here for a long time." "The other forces have arrived?" Fairy Lu Li asked directly. Yao Shan nodded. Although it wasn't the appointed time, the glazed knights, who had the teleportation array, were the last to arrive. This made them feel a little helpless. Immediately, Yao Shan led Fairy Lu Li and the other 3 to the conference hall. There were a total of 4 forces participating in the war conference. In addition to the Penglai demons, there was also Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, and Life's Sacred Land. Therefore, they were a 4-way alliance. Soon Yixian and the other 3 were brought to the conference hall. At this time, there were already many people in the conference hall. Moreover, they weren't weak. The weakest was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. One of them was even a rogue immortal expert. This person sat at the head of the table and was an acquaintance of Yixian. He was old immortal Tianju. Although he had already guessed it, after seeing old immortal Tianju's real body, Yixian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Damn, this is a real hidden expert. When he wasn't a supremacy, he had already seen old immortal Tianju. Now, he was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9, crossing the 3 sovereign disasters and Heaven Ascension Stage 9. No one would have thought that the mysterious person who appeared in the remote Blood Rock continent was actually a rogue immortal. Although the old immortal Tianju there was only a clone, it was still shocking enough. Yixian followed Fairy Lu Li into the conference hall and immediately became the center of attention. Everyone had heard of Lin Guangyao. The one thought monk's appearance and attire were rather eye-catching, so everyone recognized him. However, where did the stranger, Yixian, come from? At this moment, there was another acquaintance of Yixian in the conference hall. He was the Platinum Radiant Dragon, Headstrong. He had also come. "Hey, Yixian." When Headstrong saw Yixian, he immediately greeted him. Chapter 1631. Headstrong was an itinerant immortal previously, which was why he could recover to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9 so quickly. However, Yixian had climbed up by himself. It was unbelievable that he could break through to the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9 in an instant. Headstrong carefully sized up Yixian. He estimated that Yixian's strength was probably not weaker than his. What a monster! At this time, there was a young man beside Headstrong who was also at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage Level 9. He should be the chief disciple of the Life Saint sect, Ren Feng. In addition, there was the #1 genius of the Penglai demon race, Yao Tian, and old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The geniuses of the Penglai demon race, Tianju Palace, Glazed Knights, Life Saint sect, and Buddhist sect were all present. Fairy Lu Li led Yixian and the other 2 and sat down. At this time, old immortal Tianju's gaze fell on Yixian and said, "You don't look surprised. It seems that you already know my identity." Hearing this, Fairy Lu Li was shocked. Everyone also turned to look at Yixian. "Greetings, senior." Yixian hurriedly stood up and greeted. "It's fine. I watched you grow from the Blood Rock continent to where you are today. There's no need to be restrained," old immortal Tianju said slowly. When he met Yixian back then, Yixian was fighting with the demon race. Later, he could not bear to see the demon race of the wasteland go extinct, so he stepped in to stop it. At that time, Yixian was only at the Void God realm. He was not even a supremacy. As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were surprised. Blood Rock continent? Isn't that the Demon Emperor's hometown? Yes, the Demon Emperor seems to be from the wasteland demon race of the Blood Rock continent. I didn't expect this young man to come from the same place as the Demon Emperor. However, that place is too barren, so old immortal Tianju only condensed an energy clone to guard that place. In the meeting hall, some demon race people were discussing in low voices. Yixian finally understood. The demon emperor that these demon race people were talking about was the dragon sparrow fairy, old immortal Tianju's wife. Who would have thought that the Blood Rock continent actually produced such an awesome figure? We'll talk about the little fox later. Let's talk business first. After old immortal Tianju finished speaking, he couldn't help but look around and said, "This time, our opponent's background is not small, everyone should know. There are quite a few 9th-tier Heaven Ascension Realm experts from the various major powers who can participate, but in terms of top-tier battle prowess, I'm afraid that we're still inferior to them. That's right. As far as I know, the Evil Path Holy Land has brought a lot of experts, more than us, Fairy Luli said. The surrounding people couldn't help but size him up. The Emperor of Death's successor is one, the Prince of Netherworld is another, and the Platinum Holy Light Dragon is another. Although my Penglai demon clans Yao Tian and Tianju Palace's Lin Zhanhao are not bad, they can't compare to them. An elder from the demon race said. They divided their strength into 3 tiers. The first tier consisted of the Wayward 3, the second tier consisted of Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao, and the third tier consisted of people like Lin Guangyao. If the 3 echelons were added together, they would be able to gather 30 people. But this time, the Corrupt Path Holy Lands had sent at least 50 people, so it was a bit difficult to handle. Yi Xian sat there silently, listening to the discussions of the others, and sneered in his heart. His strength was definitely in the first tier. When the time came to join forces with Wayward, they could fight the Emperor of Death's successor and the Prince of Netherworld. In addition, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all 9th-tier Heaven Ascension Realm experts. Although their strength wasn't considered top-tier, other than Wei Zhentian, the Old Tree and Ghost Dome Great Emperor should be in the second tier. Most importantly, Yi Xian still had the planting space. Even if he encountered the Emperor of Death's successor, as long as he caught him off guard, he might be able to kill him in an instant. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't really listen to this meeting. It was nothing more than some strategic deployments, team formation, and so on. In any case, everyone thought that he was on the same level as Lin Guangyao, so they didn't take him to heart. Kid, you want to help that little girl Lu Li get the Holy Leader token? Wayward suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yi Xian. Yes. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm still in the first tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. In order to help me break through, she also paid a huge price, Yi Xian replied. You scammer. If you had said so earlier, I would have just given it to you. Then I could have used the Holy Leader token to force a marriage. Wayward was helpless. Didn't you want the Heavenspan treasure map? Yi Xian asked in shock. The Heavenspan treasure map is what my Life Saint sect needs, but I've changed my mind. Now that we're together, it'll be much more convenient for us to explore the passage to the immortal world in the future. Wayward raised his eyebrows and said, Now that you've come out of nowhere, you've made things a lot more difficult for me. However, if we really meet, I won't show you any mercy. Then let's fight when the time comes. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in response. Since fusing with the immortal slaying bloodline, he hadn't had a good fight. He couldn't even figure out the power of those skills. This Wayward should be a good opponent. After all, he was once a loose immortal. Okay, but I suggest we first join hands to deal with the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land. These 2 forces killed many of my Life Saint sect's disciples, Wayward said. Okay. Yi Xian nodded. Since they were able to hold a meeting here, it meant that they were temporarily on the same side. They would first send the Evil Path Holy Land flying, and then decide the owner of the Holy Leader token. The battle meeting had been going on for a long time, and now it had reached its climax. Suddenly, Fairy Luli asked, That Demon Emperor's successor, we haven't seen him yet. Can he come out and meet us? The Demon Emperor's successor had already refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. He wanted to rely on this half of the inheritance to find the other half, so he was the most important person this time. Okay. Old Immortal Tianju nodded and immediately sent a voice transmission to someone. At the same time, he glanced at Yi Xian sitting next to Fairy Luli. Yi Xian felt a little strange, but in the next moment, his body suddenly trembled. He felt that a familiar aura was quickly approaching the conference hall. Could it be? Yi Xian couldn't believe it and stared blankly at the entrance of the conference hall. Soon, a petite voice walked in under the protection of 2 9th-layer Heaven Ascension Realm experts. It was a little girl who seemed to be about 6 years old. Her appearance shocked everyone present. Could it be that this little girl was the Demon Emperor's successor? After everyone felt the aura on her body, they were able to confirm it. This little girl was actually at the peak of 9th layer Heaven Ascension realm. However, at this time, the most shocked person was Yi Xian, because there was some kind of connection between him and this little girl. Luluo. Chapter 1632. How is this possible? How long has it been since Luo reincarnated? How is this possible? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. He was certain that this little girl was Luo's reincarnation because he had a master and servant blood contract with Luo in his previous life. Even if she reincarnated, it was not broken. However, Yi Xian did not understand how Luo had grown so much in just a month's time. Could it be that she was directly born in a body? Or did she use some method to accelerate her growth? The little girl walked in front of Yi Xian and used her big eyes to size up Yi Xian. She asked curiously, "Big brother, why is there something strange between us?" This, Yi Xian did not know how to explain. Luo, come here first. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was in disbelief. He did not expect that after Luo reincarnated, not only did she enter the monster clan, she was also called Luo. Of course, this could be the name that Old Immortal Tianju changed for her. When Luo heard Old Immortal Tianju's voice, she glanced at Yi Xian. Then she ran over and intimately sat on Old Immortal Tianju's lap. Then she called out, "Grandfather?" This time, Yi Xian was shocked again. Grandfather? Luo was actually born as Old Immortal Tianju's granddaughter? Don't misunderstand. I only recognized her as my god-granddaughter. She was born in the Monster Fox clan and obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. Old Immortal Tianju transmitted to Yi Xian. I see. Yi Xian nodded silently. This matter was not important. However, he did not expect Luo to be the Monster Emperor's successor. This was too much of a coincidence. This meant that when the time came, Luo would not be looking for the other half of the inheritance? Everyone, Luo obtained the Monster Emperor's inheritance. When the time comes, she will lead us to find the other half of the Monster Emperor's inheritance and the Holy Lord token. Old Immortal Tianju said to everyone. Why is it a child? Yi Xian asked curiously. Old Immortal Tianju explained, she has an extremely high compatibility with the inheritance my wife left behind. After receiving the inheritance, she grew up to look like a 6-year-old child. In fact, she was only born a month ago. Although they didn't know what was going on, they weren't very interested in this topic. Then, will she also join the battle? Fairy Luli asked. Although she has only been born for slightly more than a month, I have already helped her condense a soul seed. Furthermore, it is in my hands. As for fighting strength, it is not any weaker than Yao Tian. Therefore, when the time comes, I will let her form a small team of 3 with Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao. Old Immortal Tianju said. Yao Tian and Lin Zhanhao were the second echelon in terms of combat strength. If Lolua's strength was similar to Yao Tian's, then they would have one more general. Most importantly, they had the soul seed, which would make them much safer. In fact, Yi Xian knew that the second half of the sentence was meant for him. If he did not have a soul seed, he would definitely object. In that case, when will we depart? Fairy Luli continued to ask. Those few evil holy lands are probably already prepared. Moreover, they have found a powerful inheritor of the Eye of Space. Even if we leave through the void, we won't be able to hide from them. Therefore, we will depart tomorrow, Old Immortal Tianju replied. Luo was the key to finding the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. Moreover, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Enemies could easily find her. Most importantly, the Demon Emperor's inheritance was near the Penglai demon tribe. If it was somewhere else, they could still use the teleportation formation to leave. Alright, tomorrow it is. After Fairy Luli finished speaking, she directly stood up and left with Lin Guangyao and Yinyan. As for Yi Xian, he stayed here. Life Saint Sect's side sent Yi Xian and Renfeng, so they could stay in the Penglai demon tribe. As for the Penglai demon tribe, Tianjue Palace, and the Glazed Knights, they had to dispatch a large number of experts, and all of them had to be at Heaven Ascension Stage 9. In the Glazed Knights, there were many people at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Almost all the Platinum Knights were at this realm. However, they were too weak compared to Lin Guangyao, so Fairy Lu Li only brought some elites, all of whom were ranked in the top 10. These 10 Platinum Knights, although their individual strength was not as strong as Lin Guangyao, when added together, they could be considered as 2 Lin Guangyao. As for the Penglai Demon Tribe and Tianjue Palace, they each sent 10 Peak Heaven Ascension Stage 9. The evil Holy Lands attached great importance to this Holy Lord's token battle, so they would send out even more experts. Fairy Lu Li went back to make arrangements, while Yi Xian stayed in the Penglai Demon Tribe. At this time, only old immortal Tianju, Luo Luo, and Yi Xian were left in the assembly hall. "Grandfather, why do I have a strange feeling with this big brother?" Lu Luo asked, puzzled. Although she was only born a month ago, her intelligence was already mature. After all, she was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. You are actually the reincarnation of his sister, but you have not unlocked your inherited memory, so you do not recognize him. Old immortal Tianju said kindly. "Then grandfather, why don't you help me unlock it?" Lu Luo asked strangely. Yi Xian also found it strange. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in Luolua's body might have been suppressed, so why did old immortal Tianju not unlock her inherited memory? This, old immortal Tianju paused, then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Actually, the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body is still there. If she forcefully unlocks her inherited memory, I am afraid it will lead to a heavenly tribulation." "What? It didn't succeed?" Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Previously, the fox ancestor told him that there was a 90% chance. Could it be that his luck was bad and he encountered that 10% chance? Maybe it's because Luoluo was born in the Fox Demon Clan. Our Demon Clan is actually the ancestor of the Beast Clan, so it might have activated the bloodline in her body. Old immortal Tianju said. The Beast Clan was the descendant of humans and Heaven Ascension beasts. As for the Demon Clan, it was born after the Heaven Ascension beasts cultivated. Therefore, Luoluo was born in the Demon Clan. Her luck was really bad. "Senior, what should we do?" Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask. If she obtains the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, then she might be able to unlock her inherited memory. However, if she has the Sacred Leader token, then she might be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. Old immortal Tianju replied. Sacred Leader token. Yi Xian frowned. The person who refined the Sacred Leader token would become the master of the Penglai Divine Land. At that time, if Luoluo wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation, then her safety would be greatly increased. However, there was only one Sacred Leader token, and he had promised Fairy Lu Li to help her get the Sacred Leader token. Chapter 1633. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. However, Luoluo's matter was his matter, so he had to obtain the Holy Leader's token and help Luoluo undergo her heavenly tribulation first. Although Fairy Glaze also wanted the Holy Leader's token, it shouldn't be a problem if it was delayed. Luoluo obtained my wife's inheritance, so we can be considered to be fated. However, many people from the evil sacred grounds have come this time. Just the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators number more than 50, and they have a few more peak combatants than us, old immortal Tianju reminded. No matter what, I won't let them obtain it. Yi Xian was very confident. Most importantly, if the evil sacred grounds obtained the Holy Leader's token, then the Penglai sacred ground would be their world in the future. At that time, there would be no place for them here. After all, the entrance to the secret realm of the Bloodstone continent was in the Penglai sacred ground. Tomorrow, they would set off to search for the other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. However, this time, Yi Xian made another decision. He sent his second clone in the eastern continent to the center of the Penglai sacred ground. Then, he would take advantage of the time when the experts of the evil sacred grounds were mobilizing to uproot all the evil sacred grounds. Although his second clone's battle prowess was insufficient without fusing, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were all waiting in the planting space. If he couldn't destroy them, then Yi Xian might as well commit suicide. Very quickly, another day had passed. On the second day, the Glazed Knights and Tianju Palace's team arrived. Including the Penglai demons, there were a total of 30 peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators, not including Yi Xian and the other super combatants. The Penglai demons' super combatants were the number 1 genius of the demons, Yao Tian and Luo Luo. The Tianju Palace's super combatants were old immortal Tianju's disciple, Lin Zhanhao. The Glazed Knight super combatants were One Thought Monk and Yi Xian. The Life Saint sects members were the Platinum Radiant Dragon Headstrong and Chief Disciple, Rin Feng. Among them, the Glazed Knight's Lin Guangyao cultivated for a short time. Even if he cultivated the Glazed Treasure Body, his strength was about the same as the peak 9th layer Heaven Ascension cultivators of the Penglai Demons and Tianju Palace, so the Glazed Knights were the weakest. Of course, everyone believed Yi was only a 3rd echelon Heaven Ascension cultivator, Tianju Palace's team. I have to guard the Penglai demon race, so I will lead the team this time. A rogue immortal's spiritual sense is much stronger than a Heaven Ascension realm's. We should try our best to avoid the scouts of the evil path Holy Lands, said old immortal Tianju. Yi Tian 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 Tian, Tian Tian Jian, Tian Yiju Tian. Old immortal Tianju, who was leading the team this time, was acting as a radar, allowing this team to avoid the eyes and ears of the evil path Holy Lands, and then find the Fiend Emperor's inheritance ground. He just didn't know if things would be as simple as he imagined. As for the Penglai demon race, the one in charge was an itinerant immortal from the Lu Guang Holy Lands Tianju Palace. He was also old immortal Tianju's disciple and Lin Zhanhao Sr. The space of the Penglai demon clan was relatively stable. It was not a problem for itinerant immortals to make a move. They would not incur the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, even if the people from the evil Tao Holy Lands came, they would still die. At this time, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li had already led their team away from the Penglai demon clan. There were many eyes and ears of the evil Holy Lands around the Penglai demon race. However, this time, they were led by 2 loose immortals. They easily avoided these spies. After Luo Luo had refined half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, she had a feeling that it was coming from the northeast. Hence, they were heading in that direction. Although their speed was not fast, it was very safe. Even now, the corrupt path Holy Land spies had not discovered them. However, in the end, paper couldn't wrap up fire. After all, the corrupt path Holy Land didn't only send Heaven Ascension experts this time. There were also loose immortals. Yo, Tianju, Lu Li, where are you in such a hurry to go? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. Hearing this, old immortal Tianju and Fairy Lu Li's expressions changed. They looked up and saw a scarlet figure flying over from the horizon. This person had red hair and wore red battle armor. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. Qi Shui, we were discovered by you. Old immortal Tianju narrowed his eyes and said slowly. This red-haired middle-aged man was a loose immortal from the Blood Fiend Holy Land. His name was Qi Shui. TSK, with so many people involved, how could we not discover you? You guys are so direct. I thought you would use a diversion tactic. I didn't expect you to act directly. That little girl should be the one who obtained half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, right? Immortal Qi Shui grinned and his gaze fell on Luo Luo. At the same time, he took out a signal flare in his hand and released it. No one stopped him. After all, it could only be stopped for a while. As long as immortal Qi Shui went further away, he could still inform the others. Ignore him, let's go. Old immortal Tianju snorted and continued to lead the way. Since they had already been discovered, then even if they used their full speed to rush over, as long as they arrived 5 minutes earlier than the corrupt path Holy Land, it was still worth it. The weakest person on Yi Xian's side was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. Their speed was extremely fast. At full speed, they arrived at their destination in less than a minute. Grandpa, I feel it. The other half of the Demon Emperor's inheritance is below, Luo Luo said to old immortal Tianju. Before old immortal Tianju could speak, immortal Qi Shui said in surprise, I didn't expect it to be the place where I was resting. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy is indeed an array expert. Even my spiritual sense couldn't find the entrance. When old immortal Tianju and the others heard this, They were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. Move, find the entrance to the secret realm. Old Immortal Tianju immediately ordered. In an instant, everyone swooped down and began to destroy the mountain. A few minutes later, someone found the defensive array set up by the Dragon Sparrow Fairy. This defensive array was very small, not much bigger than a head. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Let me do it. Old Immortal Tianju's withered hands quickly formed a seal and then hit the defensive array. In an instant, the array was broken. The weakest person on the scene was at the peak of Heaven Ascension Stage 9. They were very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. This defensive array was mainly used to cover a certain place in the array. After the array was broken, a wisp of spatial fluctuation was immediately detected by everyone. There was a fingernail-sized spatial crack in the defensive array. This spatial crack couldn't be repaired and existed between heaven and earth. Immediately, the experts closest to this spatial crack used space-breaking techniques to open this spatial crack. It was big enough for several people to pass through.